Good Thursday night, world, and welcome to another episode of Lab Talk with the Dog God, aka the Coach, aka the Elon Musk of high performance working dogs. That is me. That is I. I am him. That's right. That's right. Okay, so right now, I think we're having some. No, a matter of fact, I know we're having some technical difficulties with StreamYard, man. Big salute, BB Bakaria. Big salute, Blue Line Terriers, my brother Bill. Yeah, right now we having some technical difficulties with StreamYard, man. You know, they are like I said, they always changing things. And so when I made the live, when I press play, for some reason, it wouldn't load up. So I had to change some things and I press, enter into studio, whatever, load, whatever that thing is that you do to get your shit activated. And it didn't work again. Lucky Mills, my brother, big salute. And then I hit it again and it didn't work. So according to my brother Reddy, shout out to Reddy, there's like 6 lives, which is crazy. You know what I mean? Because it wouldn't boot those lives that I booted up. It said it was a problem, wouldn't boot it or whatever. And then it allowed me to do it this time, but I didn't know that there's 6 different lives showing right now. So hopefully those individuals will be able to tap in to the right live. I don't know which one it is, y'all. You know what I mean? So if you guys aren't seeing everybody in the chat, there's 6 different lives going for the same show. So, hopefully StreamYard works these kinks out, man. I digress. Big salute to Rogue Wolf Project, my brother. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully Reddy will be able to get up in here, and I think K-Man is in here. But yeah, so I apologize again for the technical difficulties, y'all. You know what I mean? I can't help it. I'm plugging and playing, y'all. You know what I mean? But we're going to get through it regardless. Hopefully everybody can see in those lives. Hopefully my live is playing in those 6 different lives. I don't know. But anyway, big salute to all of my brothers, man. Welcome to another Thursday night classroom, man, where we cook up, where we do what we do like no other dog channel does, man. We teach, man. Only for the few, right? Only for the few, only for the elite level engineers that can comprehend, to have the mental bandwidth to think like us. That's right. It's all for us. Now, before we get to cooking, you already know what we like to do, man. Make sure you get your herbal sensations ready to go, rolled up, man. Get it out your little bag, man. Get it out. You know what I mean? Get it out your eighth, get it out your whatever it is, your pound, whatever it might be. You might need to get your herbal sensations out of. Get it out. Put it in a Swisher Sweets, a bong, paper plane, a gar, whatever you like to partake it in. If you like to drink it, eat it, man, make sure that bitch is ready to go. And if you like the taste of hops and you like it cold, man, get that brewski out the Frigidaire. Get your cold mugs out the freezer, man. Get that bitch ready to go. And if you like the light or the dark skin, or you like both, hard liquor, get that shit out the cabinet or out of the bar. Get that bitch ready to go with your shot glass and get ready to pour it up. Or if you like to sip it out the bottle, do what you do. And if you like to mix your drink with a chaser or 2 or 3, you like it kind of fruity, whatever you might like, man, get that motherfucking concoction ready to go. And if you like the Coach, you know what I'm sipping on. I like to keep it simple because life is hard enough as it is. I got my vodka lemonade. Yeah. Cheers. Big salute. Young Reddy, he made it in the building. My brother Reddy made it. K-Man made it. So Reddy, so it was the latest one I made, right? I mean, yeah, it's probably the latest one I made. I know it's the latest one I made because we're here. So big salute. I'm glad you guys made it. I apologize for StreamYard's technical difficulties because they've been acting up lately. You know what I mean? Just because they trying different shit. So we dealing with the troubleshooting. They're using us as guinea pigs for their new things that they're launching and all the shit that they're adding. You said it's like the third one? Damn. Okay, well, I'm glad you found it, man. You found your way, man. I'm glad all you guys found your way, man. We're gonna cook tonight like we always do. But big cheers to y'all, man. Much love and respect. Let me give another sip. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. So, like I always do, definitely want to give a shout out to Reddy K, man, Verde for participating on the panel these past two classroom episodes that we had. I salute to all you guys in the chat for participating. We definitely did some major cooking these past two classrooms. And I know we had some little like wind feedback. And like I said, I think that's from Caveman. So definitely next time, Caveman, we got to make sure we hit the mute button so we don't get that wind in the background. But for those of us who were in the class, I'm sure we got the message. But I went ahead and hit the replay on those and just was like, man, we are doing something that no one is doing, man. The reverse engineering, the level of experience that we have on the panel, the level of thinkers that we have on the panel, the level of thinkers and experience we have in the chat. I'm proud of us. I'm proud of, how we are pushing the limits of how people think about making dogs. Like we're really diving deep into it so that we can truly understand our craft and understand that everything plays when it comes to these dogs. When it comes to playing the lottery, we got to try all the numbers because it's not guaranteed. You know what I mean? So for us to be able to have the conversations that we've been having, and for us to have, people like K-Man with the experience, people like Reddy, with his knowledge about dogs, all kind of dogs. I always thank Reddy, man, my brother Reddy, for just, he teach me so much, just introducing me to different shit, and I'm grateful to have a brain and a dog mind like him, just somebody who is just is a connoisseur, a true connoisseur of working dogs. You know what I mean? And that's for someone like myself who loves to learn, who loves like, yo, you guys, I'm the one that's going to congratulate you when you come up with some new shit. You know what I'm saying? That's dope. I'm not going to hate on you because I didn't come up with it, or I didn't, I wasn't the first. I've never been that type of individual, so to have someone like Reddy, on the squad, you know what I mean, just giving his information freely, giving his time when he could be doing other things, and just spreading his influence is just a blessing for all of us, man. Not even just myself, but to all of us, man. So, I just want to give you guys a big shout out because, like we really offering something that is new, and like we really pushing, we pushing the bar forward. Like we're very forward thinking in our engineering of these dogs. And a lot of people aren't going to comprehend how we think or what we do when it comes to these dogs. But I'm just proud of us because just the content is just top tier, man. When it comes to, like, if you really paying attention in class, you really will learn some shit from over here, man. So I just want to give all you guys a shout out, because I definitely appreciate the content. My brother Tony, welcome back, my brother Tony. Hey, my brother Tony was like, hey, we be doing that reverse engineering. That's what they do when they find those UFOs. When they find those so-called extraterrestrial crafts. You feel me? And when they find them crashed out, then they do the reverse engineering to, figure out their technology because it's so advanced. That's what we do, man. We reverse engineer things so that we can find things out because we know at the end of it all, there's nothing new under the sun, right? There's nothing new under, and we're not doing nothing different than our ancestors did. You know, they were way further ahead of us anyway. You know what I mean? So we're just catching up at the end of the day. So a big salute to my brother Tony. Yeah. So as I go through my week, you already know I like to debrief with y'all before we get cooking in the classroom. And, you know, this week, you know, like I said, salute to our classroom. And, you know, I like to, we talked about the showing and the telling, you know, that game we used to play when we was in elementary school, the show and tell. And I always teach you guys about trying everything. And, you know, like we talked about, there's exceptions to every rule. And, you know, we're learning all this theory about breeding techniques and hybrid vigor and, you know, prepotencies and what's considered watered down, what's inbreeding depression. Like we learning all these things in this particular classroom because we're real scientists in the lab. We're engineers, right? We're really trying to make dogs. So because I happen to have a real life example living on my yard of a freak of nature like a secretariat, somewhat of a composite, I would say it would be a composite breed based off of what we learned about Mayday and what, you know, Coach Miss ChatGPT taught us about Mayday being a composite breed because he's a four-way outcross. So, you know, me understanding AK genetics, you know, and him having multiple different lines in both of his families from the Dame and the Sire side, you know, I went into my previous lab work and, you know, just, you know, did a little show and tell on some posts, you know, and because like I told y'all, I know how to narrate, you know, I know how to, you know, play with your emotions, trigger. I know that's what you call it, trigger your emotions in my content. You know, I made sure I specified that AK was scatterbred. And you know how people feel about scatterbred. Anything you hear about scatterbred, they automatically assume negative when they think when you hear scatterbred, right? They automatically assume lesser than, right? But we've learned in this classroom that it doesn't always mean that, right? Because there's exceptions to every rule. So me having a secretariat on my yard, a once in a lifetime, a once in 100-year type of dog named AK-47 Chopper, aka the Bone Crusher, freak of nature from God. And then not only is he that, but he's doing something that Secretariat didn't do. And he's doing something that Mayday did do. Okay, because we learned about Mayday and we learned about Secretariat. So, you know, me putting up that post and specifying that, you know, AK is a scatterbred dog, knowing that they was going to hate the spectators, you know. I mean, shit, I got y'all in. I know how to get, you know what I'm saying? I know how to bring y'all to my games, man. It's just so easy now. Now that I understand what the audience wants, you know, it's so easy to bring you to my games. You know what I mean? You automatically going to stop when you see the preview. When you see the commercial, you're going to stop automatically. As soon as that commercial come down, that post come down, and it's looking better than any post you ever you scrolling through your, you know, you thumbing through your goddamn fucking timeline, thumbing. You might see a bitch on there. You might see, you know, a nice car on there. You might see something that triggers your brain. And then, you know, we're all into dogs, and, you know, you see all kind of little dogs. Oh, that's cool. Whatever, you keep it going. Then you see some shit that pops, you know. Then you see AK. Right? Automatically you're gonna stop. Especially when you already know who he is. You're gonna stop. Oh man, what this nigga coach talking about now? Oh shit, here we go. I know he gonna be talking this shit. So you're gonna automatically stop when you see the preview. Pow. So I went ahead and put AK, and then I put Blackhawk. I mean, not Blackhawk, excuse me. I put Chopper the Man Stopper. I put AK in a little, you know, in his little action pose, whatever. I just, you know, I got all kind of candid photos, thousands of it, thousands of photos of AK. I mean, you know, that I teach y'all this shit because I do it. Right? I tell y'all. See, So I got AK and a little candid little shot. Then I got him on the spring pole. Then I got Chopper the Man Stopper, which is the AK-74 band dog, which is a band dog version of AK that I cooked up, that I had in my mind to make, and then I cooked them up in the lab and I produced them in real life. He's living. He's a living example of my lab notes there in the flesh. Then he is on a spring pole. He's doing the same thing that his daddy's doing, and he's looking like his daddy. So I made sure I put in that, in the context, after you saw the preview, you saw the commercial, then you read, oh, let me see what this movie's about. Let me see what this game's about. Then coach talking all that shit, scatterbred, this is how you can take, a scatterbred dog and that's prepotent that can produce itself. And then you put them into a band dog that's a Neapolitan Mastiff, German Boxer, American Bulldog, Game Pit Bull cross, four-way cross, composite breed. Okay. I know on my end, my shit wasn't purebred. As far as my pit bull wasn't purebred in the sense that it was from a family of dogs, heavily inbred, line bred. Okay. My pit bulls that I made since 2005 was all outcross, by the way. Okay. No inbreed, line breed. Mine. Okay. So I already know. Okay. So mine is a composite. What we learned, outcross. Okay. I don't know about Red Bull. And the German Boxer that they use, I don't know if it was a heavily inbred, line bred dog. I don't know if the Neo was a heavily inbred, line bred dog. I don't know if the American Bulldog was a heavily inbred, line bred dog. So I don't know none of that. I just know it was a four different breed recipe for the female. My Formula One band dog female that I bred AK to, who was a composite scatterbred dog. And then I showed you, or the world, how there's exceptions to the rule. How my experience is probably not your experience if you even have any experience, right? Theory don't always play. That's why it's a genetic lottery. That's why the coach tell you try everything, because I have AK that I put into a fucking composite different breed, 4 different type dogs, breed, different family, everything, nothing consistent at all. And I put AK, who doesn't have consistency in his DNA, but because who he is as a freak of nature that is prepotent, not purebred, not nothing. He put his stamp on anything that his semen and DNA go into and mix it. Anything I mix his semen with or his genetics with, he overpowers it. So when I put Chopper the Man Stopper in there and I put in there, what his mama is and all the different genes, and then you look at Chopper the Man Stopper, that's his twin. Chopper the Man Stopper is not as big as AK, but he is his father's son. You see them, they're twins. Even in the way they act. Intensity, the love of the love of the bite, loving the spring pole. So I showed that. I showed it because I like to, we talk about these theories in the classroom, but nothing beats experience. Nothing beats experience. And that's why I always tell y'all to think outside the box to create the circle. Okay, theory, we learn that because we want to know the basics. However, we get our money, we get our promotions by raising the bar, right? We get respect amongst our other dog men and dog women engineers who we all know the theory. We all went to school and learned the theory. When you come up and show us something that blow our mind, that's where you get the salutes from us. Right? Because we all know theory. Yeah, we heard that. Yeah, we learned that. Because we all brainiacs. Yeah, we studied that. But when you show me something other than what we studied in real life, now you got my attention. So I had to show that. Because AK got so many of those examples, but I had to show that. And of course, you already know that shit jumping out the roof. You know what I mean? Like I done figured out the algorithm. That shit jumping out the roof and all the, the peanut galleries in there going crazy and my shit doing numbers. Like, I got y'all, man. I know how to bring everybody to the game. But my thing is, I want to show you guys that when we in this classroom on Thursday nights and the coach speak with passion, and I always let my brothers know, and I consider all y'all my brothers, that we as men, we can talk like that without taking it personal, and we can have, you know, a live debate without belittling each other's ideas, right? And can be on opposite sides of the spectrum and not downplay anybody, whether we understand it or not, whether we agree or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's healthy for us. That's why we're the supercomputer. It's healthy for us to have that level of conversation so I can understand your point of view. I want to understand it. I want you to understand my point of view as well. All of us, so that we can bring it together, tie it together. Like, oh, okay. And then understand and then make it, you know, as a whole, something that we can comprehend and move forward and apply. So me doing that post, speaking on it how I spoke based off of our classroom, I wanted to show these individuals who don't know this by experience, who's never done those type of breedings before, who's only done breedings maybe off of theory, who's only had only one breed of dog, who only breeds based off of bloodline. I wanted to show you that there's more than one way to skin a dog or to make a dog. And just because a dog is so-called scatterbred, outcrossed, not heavily inbred, line bred, does not mean that that dog is not more prepotent, which means it produces those genetic characteristics that is in that dog that you see, not in the pedigree. In the dog you see. My actual tool that I'm working with in real life, I see it. That dog is showing me what I see, and I'm seeing that in my offspring. What's behind it, cool. If I know it, great. But that's not my concern. My concern is, what am I working with right now today? That's my concern. That's what I teach y'all. What's in front of you? If that dog right now showing me, which is AK, is when I put him through any fucking bitch, and you know how the coach loves variance, because I love my genetic pool being brought. I love all the dogs. If I know what dogs was behind my dog that I see in front of me 3 generations back, and I know they were all top tier or a top tier level of quality, they have, everything has a plus and minus. No dog's perfect. We know that. But I know there's top tier characteristics, genetic characteristics that I want to see pass forward, that I want to see follow, but I see in front of me is getting better. But I see that that dog right now in front of me is producing that I see in front of me. Shit. So us having our conversation in our classroom these past couple of weeks, in our in-depth conversation and breakdown, you know, me being able to show you guys that it truly is a genetic lottery. Even though we understand theory is not guaranteed. Even though we know in theory that a heavily inbred linebred or so-called purebred dog to another purebred dog should produce you maximum hybrid vigor, we also know that a dog that's scatterbred can produce you maximum hybrid vigor as well. That's not in the theory though, is it? Even though, shout out to our coach, Miss ChatGPT, she showed us an example named Mayday that it is true. I'm showing the world today, salute to 30 years ago, Mayday. I'm showing the world today that I have a freak composite breed dog named AK who is producing himself with whatever I put him through. Whatever I take that dog's semen to, there's a variant of AK in there that you know, oh, that's AK. I put a photo up today, just before our live. or not really before I lied, but just today, of a dog that I sent to Virginia, another AK-74 band dog that took more after the bulldog phenotype. And what I mean by that is he had a slight underbite, not something that you're gonna really truly notice unless you go lift this. You gotta lift his teeth up and see it. Not as much of a pointy snout like Chopper the Man Stopper, more of a wider chest spread like a bulldog, but not elbow, doesn't have elbow dysplasia like a bulldog. Still tight, but wider chest, thicker. You know, like he had almost like a bull, like a hybrid body, like a bulldog AK type body. But you still see AK in that damn dog. You ain't gonna say, oh, that's not an AK. Even though we break them down and be like, okay, we know there's an American Bulldog in there. That's where that front come in at. Okay, he got a very slight underbite, super slight. We have to lift this motherfucking shit up. Oh, it's this slight. Oh, we know where that come from. He's got more of a boxier muzzle, not straight and pointy, long and pointy like AK. We know where that's coming from. You know, he's got a broader skull. Okay, we know, like, you see what I'm saying? In the notes, we know what it is, but to someone who's looking at AK and looking at that, that's AK son. That's AK son. When I tell you I like genetic variants, I don't want none of my dogs looking the same. I want to see that. I, in the lab, paid for those genetics. The American Bulldog genetics, the Neapolitan Mastiff genetics, the German Boxer. I paid for all. I don't want to have all these top tier dogs genetics to get washed out. Me. To where all my dogs got so much coy that they all looking the same. What's the use of me having those genetics then? For me though, not everybody think like the coach. Not everybody think like the coach. That's fine. But when I see a litter, one come out, AK's twin, Chopper the Man Stopper. One come out like a Mastiff. It's a Mastiff Chopper the Man Stopper. Rest in peace. His name was AK-74. He didn't make it. Okay. You know, that was some fluke. That shit hurt me because he was one of my keepers. That hurt me. I could imagine what he would be. A Mastiff type version of AK. Big bone Mastiff. He had the jowl. He had the jowl hang. You know, you can see it. In my notes, I saw it. The jowl. He had the heavier jowl. Real thick ass bone, real, you know what I mean? Big, a Mastiff, like a Mastiff type AK. I named him AK-74. Okay, real big bully too. He's a real bully type, bullied all the dogs. You know, I mean, all the dogs got to go through gladiator school. That's how I put all my puppies through. They got to go through gladiator school. Okay, but he was always the big bully. But I saw a Mastiff type, and then I seen the other one, he was like the mom, Nina. He was like the mom version of AK, which is pretty dope. Like I saw Nina in his look, but then like a hybrid of AK with Nina. It was like almost like the perfect blend between Nina, his mama, his dame, and him. Okay. So me seeing that, y'all, the variants and seeing all the genes from the different breeds play and see AK stamp on all of them, that's what I'm like, yo, bro, that's what I want. That's what I like. Because if I kept all of those dogs, that bulldog version of AK, I can add them to my Formula One Bulldog. Now I got an AK in the Formula One Bulldog while still keeping a level of phenotype. With all my massive shit, now I got a massive type AK. You know what I'm saying? If I want to make another bigger type dog AK, or let's say if that motherfucker turned out and I want to throw him into my Kangal, throw that mastiff type AK into the Kangal, like it gives me so much, like my artistic tools, my genetic tools is so broad. I can do so much in the lab. My creativity can go just, you know what I mean? Like I'm an artist, y'all. That's what's in my heading on my IG. It says artist. It don't say dog breeder. It says artist. I don't have all this genetic diversity and all this different type of dogs and DNA just because I want to wash it out. Me. That's not why I like all different breeds. I don't want to wash it out completely. I like a blend. I like the blender. I want to create a balance of everything. I want to see it all play in just this perfect balance, this perfect harmony of a collage of dogs, phenotype and genotype, showing me a perfect balance, which of course, is damn near probably Tom Cruise Mission Impossible. But I can dream, can I? I can dream and hope. So if I want that, I can't get too caught up in the heavily line breeding and inbreeding and shit like that because I'm washing shit away. I don't want to wash my whole shit away. I got too many top tier dogs. And then not only that, until you guys, hopefully you guys will get a chance to have multiple type breeds of dogs on your yard. See the value of those individual breeds, you wouldn't want to wash them completely out. Me owning a Kangal for the first time and me owning my Malinois and all the other dogs, I don't want to wash them completely out. Even though Red Tiger was a piece of shit because he blew up, him and his brother was a piece of shit because they blew up. And I'm Formula One of dogs. Everything is frames, brains, and motors. Everything is at the highest level of performance. That's first for me. So even though you look great, you might have great muscle and all the shit that everybody ooh and ah about. If you blowing up on the motherfucking field, you a piece of shit. To me, even though to the world's like, damn, coach, you're too hard on the dog, man. Oh man, you should only worked it fucking 10 minutes instead of 30 minutes, coach. No, that's not how the coach do it. That's not how I do it. That's not how I grade. So, it looked good, but when we get on the track, that shit blow up. It's a piece of shit. But at the same time, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to Red Tiger either. So I'm grateful to have had Red Tiger. I'm grateful to have had foresight after losing his brother from a heat stroke. And saying, let me go get this motherfucking pool real quick. And then him falling to the same fate as his brother, and I have 3 straws left. And I can bring him back to life, but correct him. Right? So I don't want to wash Red Tiger fully away, but I know it's going to be a give and take in that play. I know Red Tiger is never going to come back. Right? For me. Because once I mix him with something else, he's no longer Red Tiger. And of course, for me, as someone who's trying to make a better Red Tiger, I know it's not going to be the same. Anyway, this week, putting that post up and, putting the narration in there and, having that shit do numbers and, the peanut gallery going crazy and all that shit. It's too easy now. It's too easy. Like I figured it out. I figured out how to play in the middle where I cause controversy, but at the same time, hold up a standard of top tier, next level excellence. Where I ain't got to deviate from who I am as a dog man engineer, who I am and when it comes to my program and my vision, accepting the fact that, coach, you're going to be different. Coach, it's okay. Coach, these people really low-key is fans because they dogs don't look like yours. They don't put the time in to work and more work 3 times that you did, the training, all that shit. They dogs, they don't have multiple dogs looking like top tier athletes. They might have 1 or 2, maybe if that. But when you post your dogs, all your dogs looking like top tier athlete. I wonder why that is. And they're not all related and they're all different breeds. I wonder why that is. Well, maybe it's because of the work you put in with your dogs. Maybe because of the genetics that you have in your dogs versus theirs. See, I know what it is, but sometimes when you let the audience heckle you, you might low-key start to believe them. I don't believe them, but some of y'all might believe them. Now, I just want to be an example to you guys okay, in the field playing EA Sports in the game, that, you know, there's going to be a lot of naysayers tell you, oh man, what y'all doing is wrong and what y'all don't know what y'all talking about. A lot of those is going to be at your games, but they don't have nothing to compete with you. And the ones that's at the top of their game, they're not going to be at your game hating. That's one thing you guys are going to notice too. The ones that are at the top of their game in their program, they don't have time to worry about you. They're probably going to salute you. Like most of the brothers that I do know at the top of their game, they salute me. Hey, coach, man, do your thing, brother. I like what you're doing, man. Keep going. That's what they do. They're not, oh, man, oh, because you're not doing it like me, coach, you're doing it wrong. Oh, because you're not teaching like me, coach, you're teaching wrong. No, they don't do that to the coach. But it's always the ones in the peanut gallery, right? It's always the ones with 0 dogs. Or if they got a dog, it's a fucking pet. Or it's a couch potato. Or don't even qualify, nothing high performance about it. And one more thing before I get into the topic tonight, okay? See, I can't show the world what my dogs can do. You get some people in the peanut gallery like, hey, I don't see the dogs working. What you want me to show you? What do you want me to show you, my dog? You want me to show you my man stopper mauling a person? You want me to agitate my dog so he can show you his teeth? You want to see some of the kennel accidents I've had? I showed the world, man. Shout out to K, man. He showed me some shit that was disturbing today. But I showed the world some simple shit, K, man. I was moving dogs around in the bitches' barracks. And I knew that Shaka and fucking Holy Spirit, who are Little Mate brothers and sisters, they're two of the same. They're my gamest pit bulls on my yard, period. They want all the smoke. They bred for it. They look for it. They love it. It is what it is. And I know this. Now, I'm moving dogs around because I have, you know, certain dogs don't get along over time. You got to move them around. So I put Holy Spirit next to Shaka for like less than 5 minutes while I'm just switching dogs around. It wasn't I'm in there. And as soon as I did that, they're over there in between the kennel bars, biting at each other in between the kennel bars. Now they can't bust through that thing, but it's just, you know, it's nipping, just, you know, jaw power. And of course, that intense biting between the bars just left a bloody mess. So I just filmed it real quick and just gave a quick example. Like, this is why that you got to be on top of your shit, because less than 5 minutes, as soon as I put them in there, the energy turned up. And because them two are so competitive, whether male or female, don't matter, because they yearn for that. It's in their nature, it's in them to want to just, oh, you want it? You want it? Oh, I love it too. Oh, you don't feel no pain? I don't feel no pain. Let's just keep just biting between the kennel bar. That's all they did. A whole bunch of that shit. And then, it was a little bloody mess real quick, but 5 minutes. And I showed that. And of course, you know, all the cares, everybody care. Oh my God, I can't believe that you left out in the, why would you film that? It's like, bro, that's Richard Petty shit. They in between some kennel bars. They ain't doing no shit. That's a little, you know what I mean? That little surface shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't nothing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, you gotta, I digress, y'all. I digress. Anyway, let's cook up tonight, man. I don't need to get into too much things. I know what I have. I'm grateful for what I have. I'm grateful for what I can show and what I can't show y'all. Okay. You know, the types of things that I do with my dogs. I'm the dog god. Okay. I know my dogs. I know that I don't have to agitate my dogs for my dogs to bite you. Matter of fact, I have my nephews, I have my cousins, my family, people come by my house. They would love, it's like a tour. They want to come and see the dogs. I don't want my dogs biting my family, man. I don't have predator people coming on my estate. If they did, I got guns for them, and they don't. So I don't need to agitate my dogs to show you that my dogs can bite, y'all. That's all I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? You don't believe my dogs is fucking athletes? Look at their bodies, man. You think that just come for no reason? Y'all know I got the whole training facility. Y'all used to see me with the ATV up and down, the spring pole. I got all the weight harnesses from the puppy, the professional ones, from the puppy all the way to full grown, the extra large weight harnesses that I spent a lot of money on. I got all the shit. I do all the shit. I got a 1,000 fucking ATV Outlander. You know what I'm saying? I live on a mountain. I mean, like, man, what the fuck do I got to show y'all motherfuckers? You want to see my dogs maul somebody? You want to see that my dog's got extreme prey drive? You want to see how game Shaka is? Huh? Y'all want to see that dumbass shit? I ain't got to show you that shit. Why don't you ask some people that bought some dogs off me? You ask them what they got. Because I ain't got to show y'all shit. I know what I produce. That's my point. I know. So you get a lot of those people in the peanut gallery wanting to, oh, I don't say, what are you doing? What are you doing? No, you don't want to see. You don't want, no, you can't see. It's beyond your mental pay grade to see that type of carnage when I tell you extreme prey drive. You don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. You don't want to accept that loss. You don't want to have a dog, you know what I mean? You want to agitate that already want to bite by nature. So you want to make it feel like it's okay to bite. Then it bites the wrong person. Now you're getting sued. You don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Okay, I'm not a dog trainer where I'm training for that. I'm not in competition for that. So I don't need to show you that to know for a fact that my dogs are bred for that shit. But I digress. Let's get ready to cook. Let's get ready to cook tonight, man. We're going to have a good one. Let me put this thing on the ticker tonight, man. Let me put this shit on the ticker. We're gonna have a special guest tonight, man. I hope my brother Inquisitive Dejin is going to pop up so we can go ahead and check this masterclass out. You know what I mean? And we're gonna do something different. You know, I have a live that I watched that we're going to watch together. And we're going to, pause it, commentate on it, what he says and stuff like that. But the gentleman, he's a top tier Malinois guy. He's the tip of the top of the iceberg of competition when it comes to Malinois. And he's one of the tip of the top of the iceberg when it comes to breeding Malinois. So he's heavily respected. And even though we in our own lane as high performance working dog men, right? And coach speaks the way he speaks. Some people might not be used to that, used to the coach. Some people might not even really truly respect the coach. Some of y'all might be skeptics dealing with the coach. But, when the coach being that I'm such a student of the game and I go to everybody's games, like I tell y'all, I'm a student. Okay, that's why I know what I know and I do what I do, because I studies. A lot of people don't study. They're not a student. They're one trick. They are not the coach. So I go into this gentleman's classroom. I'm in the back of the class. He don't know I'm even in the class. I'm in the back of the class and I'm listening to him. And, I'm learning as it's confirming. And he's somebody of a high level of respect. A lot of people respect him. And so what he's speaking about, I've been teaching about. So I like to bring certain content in so that you guys understand the level of play that we're playing at in our classroom. When people want to downplay this shit, if somebody ever downplay what we teach it, I learn from people that have experience. I also learn what not to do from people who don't have experience, right? I go to everybody's games. Not everybody's game is top tier. A lot of them is lackluster. But sometimes you go to, a dog man's game or a dog woman's game that you're like, well, I know that person got experience, and I experienced that shit too. Oh, wow, I was thinking about that. Oh, you did it already? Damn, okay. Well, shit, based off what you've already done, I can believe it. And you're not telling me to be closed-minded. You're telling me your mistakes. You're telling me that theory is not always correct. Where there are some people that will tell you theory is the only way to go. Okay, so I want us to enjoy this classroom. Please pay attention in class. Participate in the chat. We will stop as the video plays itself, and we'll elaborate on these things. But be patient. I know some of y'all got ADD. If you want to be a top tier dogman engineer, you gotta pay attention in class. You have to sit down, listen, take notes, and participate. If you do not, then you will never learn, okay? You will never get to the point where your dogs is exceeding your expectations because you're always thinking outside the box to create a circle. You're always listening to Dogman who's tried everything and can tell you the wins and the losses, pros and the cons, okay? Lessons, losses, victories, okay? So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. If you qualify, please hop up onto the panel because we're going to cook like we always do. Let me see. I'm going to drop this bad boy in the chat. We're going to cook tonight like we always do, man. Like we always do. Let's see. Matt's what's that? Matt's Triassic Exotics. Big salute to you, Matt's Triassic Exotics. Who's the master? Show enough. Hey, Inquisitive Dejin, you're gonna like this one. Inquisitive Dejin, my brother. You're gonna like this one, Inquisitive Dejin. All y'all gonna like it, man. Catch Dog Enterprise, my brother. Big salute. Ready.
Big salute, coach. Thanks for that shout out, man.
Come on, Ready. You already know how I feel about my brother. You know what I mean? Shit,
Yeah,
what I mean? I appreciate you.
Me too, man.
We really doing something, man. Hey, as you see, I mean, hey, we get more and more people in the classroom, huh?
Facts.
So we said it was going to be
working.
We said it was going to be a slow process. We said slow and steady win the race.
No, that's a fact.
So to see more and more people finding us is a blessing, but at the same time, more and more people learning and then applying is going to be even greater because now we have our genetic dog pool getting broader and broader. Cooper. No, hey, Cooper. Spartan is the one. No. Cooper. Spartan. Excuse me, Spartan. I gave to I blessed to a farmer. I had to downsize, so I let Spartan go to a farmer and shit. So that's where Spartan is. Caveman.
I've never even heard that dog. Spartan. That's new to me.
Yeah, Spartan is he was my one of my Formula One band dogs, the latest ones that I did with Roman and Prima Donna. That was one of those breedings. That's Abel's female, one of Abel's female's brothers, Littermate brothers. Yeah. So I went ahead and because I had to, downsize, so I had to pick which ones is going to continue in my program. So
right,
they all went. You know what I'm saying? Spartan and them went.
Salute, Caveman.
Salute. How you been?
Chilling, man. Hanging in there, man.
Hanging in there, Caveman. That shit was crazy what you sent me, Caveman.
Oh yeah, that was a crazy video, man.
Yeah, I sent that to Reddy too.
Yeah, that's sad.
That was sad, disgusting.
Like, why would you show your dog like that dead? You know what I'm saying? That's just that's nothing nice. But again, like I told you, K-Man, it's like clout. You feel me? People would do that for clout, K-Man. They want the shock value. And that type of shock value is going to get shared in the algorithm.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. And they show fights and stuff, but that was pretty explicit there.
Yep, all for the views. People do anything for the views, man. And then, like I said, that's just sad. It's really sad, and it just shows why the American Pit Bull Terrier is viewed the way it's viewed because the people that's behind it promoting it. You know what I mean? It's like if the people were righteous, you know, then the breed will have a different light on it. But the people that are behind the breed are unrighteous people, and they're doing selfish things with their dogs. When it comes to just that animal abuse, it's like it's that. I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. You know, when you spend a lot of money on an animal, unless you're really competing and you making a lot of money, if you're not in that lane where you competing and that's a competition dog for real, like the, you know, like the OGs back in the early 90s and the 80s and shit, you know, where they had that dope money and they was really, you know, putting big time bread. And I'm not going to condone it, but you know, that's their choice. You know what I mean? They spent good money on it. That's what they wanted to do. That's what they wanted to do. But it's not different than what people are doing now. Verde.
Salute,
Was
Verde.
good, Coach. Was good, Reed. Was good, Caveman. Glad to make it in. I was just having dinner with Mom Duke, so you feel me? Just made it in. Was watching y'all from the YouTube on the TV. Wanted to say salute.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. TESD, my brother. Welcome back, my brother. Yeah, so it's just sad that that's what, you know, the game is when it comes to, you know, just that dog, just the American Pit Bull Terrier, you know, and I just don't think it's ever going to be able to cross over because, you know, the work you got to put in to have wall climb dogs, the work you got to put in to have weight pull dogs, the work you know, like Lord, like the work you actually have to put in as an individual, those people that are into those type of American Pit Bull Terriers, they're not going to put in that type of work. So it's never going to, you know what I mean? It's not like how they are overseas in Brazil where, you know, they do all that shit overseas in Brazil. You know what I mean? Like that's what they do. These niggas in the US ain't doing none of that shit. They lazy. They ain't doing that shit.
Right. Hell no.
Too lazy. You're not going to put in the time for that shit. Your dog's on a chain and shit. Your dog ain't doing nothing else but being on a chain. You ain't gonna be training it and building you you know, you ain't gonna build the track and do all the things to make sure you ain't gonna go spend the money and go enter into the competition. It sound good, but you ain't doing that shit. But it is what it is, man. But hey, let's cook tonight, man. So what we gonna do tonight, right? We're gonna watch this live. I'm gonna put this live up. I'm gonna share the screen on this live, right? And I want us to watch this gentleman, and he's going to give you know, his perspective on the Malinois. A lot of people who follow him respect his accolades, and they've been asking him to do this type of live. And Rock Solid Pits, my brother, big salute.
Salute, Rock.
So, you know, he's been asked to do this type of live, and you know, I just happened to put my head on his content, and I listened to it. And I was like, okay, you know, like, yeah, this is why they've been begging him to do this, you know, because of his experience. That's what they wanted. They, you know, they didn't want his theory. They wanted his experience. So for us, I want us to listen and watch. I'm going to stop, have us elaborate on it. You know, we're going to participate in it, but we're going to let him lead the conversation. And then I'm going to stop and ask questions and we'll elaborate on it. Chat, feel free. Chime in, you know, anything that you guys can add to what he's teaching, you know, but I just want us as engineers, it's you know, it's kind of like how, you know, we have our team, right? And then, you know, there's somebody that we respect and it's like, you know what, we need to invite him over. We need to have him talk to the squad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's like us being scouts ready and caveman chat. It's like us being scouts. And, you know, and we, you know, like we really students, like we really going out. We want to search. We really enthusiasts of learning. And we want to see these guys with top tier programs and dogs. And then we go and watch their shit. And we listen. We're so amazed. And we go on like, hey, man, how much is it going to cost? You know what I'm saying? How much is it going to cost to get you come and talk to our boys, man? They would love, man, we would love to have you come and speak because your experience is something that, you know, we couldn't get in a lifetime because we're not him. You know what I'm saying? The things that he did to get to his point, you know, it would be a lifetime for one of us to even figure that shit out and go through his and walk in his shoes. So to have someone like him speak to us is valuable. So that's why I felt like, you know what, tonight we're gonna have this conversation. We have a master class from somebody who has the experience on both sides of the stick, from competition to breeding, and well respected, and has an audience. So we're going to be an audience, and we're going to chime in and see how that relates to all competition dogs. Okay, episode 116. All right, so let me go ahead and share the screen. Let me make sure I got this shit here. Hold up. Okay, and then let me go ahead and make it big. We're gonna make it big. Okay, y'all can see that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so now, Reddy, do me a favor, and if you see anybody in the chat that I need to bring up, and they got a good question and stuff, let me know. And then we're gonna do what we do. Hey, Inquisitive Dejin. Hey, Inquisitive Dejin. Does this gentleman look familiar? Inquisitive Dejin. Come on, I'm not gonna start Inquisitive Dejin until you respond. Come on, Inquisitive Dejin. You better not have left. Come on, man. Does this gentleman look familiar? Oh man, TikTok. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Inquisitive Dejin. He's such a student of the game, just like all of us. All of us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Yvonne. Yeah. Hey, I heard him. I guess he was in the chat and he answered one of your questions. So I was like, man, he was like, yeah, he was like doing like how I was when I first was trying to pronounce your name and shit. He was like Inquisitive Dejin. He would sound like that coach. I was like, yeah, that's my brother Inquisitive Dejin. So shout out to you, Inquisitive Dejin, man. Big salute. So we gonna, and this is a good one. This is a good one, huh? Yeah, he knows it's a good one. So I just wanted to share it with all of us because we can learn something from gentlemen like him who are willing to share and not be worried about how you feel about what he's saying because he got the experience. And you cannot trump experience over theory. .com. All right. So let me go ahead and play this and we're gonna get started. Action.
You guys are ready to talk about Malinois, huh?
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah.
I know somebody asked about the cigar. I don't even know what it is. It's Patron Anniversary Series, some really cool cigar. All right, guys, the way we're gonna do, we're gonna talk about.
Okay, I also put his chat in there. Y'all can see his chat. So I'm gonna leave his chat in there. I'm gonna take our chat off the actual screen. The chat is still popping in ours, but I just want you guys to see his chat so you can see what they ask and you see the type of people that's in there, the level of respect that he has. You're gonna see our brother Inquisitive Dejin in there in the chat too. But I want you to see the level that we playing with, the gentleman that we playing with that we have on this screen, and pay attention to him because he has all the accolades that a lot of these so-called dogmen or these spectator dogmen or these commentator dogmen wish they had. And when he speak, we listen. We listen to men or women like him who has all the accolades, who's going to tell you the truth. They're not going to tell you what they heard from another dogman. Not going to tell you what they thought, what they read only. They're going to tell you what their experience. So he's speaking from his experience. So please pay attention in class. And if you can't understand them, I'll put the captions, the closed captions, so you can read it. So hopefully you guys can read. But I digress.
The way it's announced, basically. Breeding, selection, development, Malinois. So as I'm going over certain things, you can ask questions. I have here Taylor and Natalia. They can help me with, so I don't miss questions that are interesting. We can, I mean, of course, you can ask any questions, but we will try to keep it within the topics as we're going through the conversation. So, and then I'm sure we're just gonna go with Q&As and talk as much as we want to talk about. I know some of you know what I do and how long I've been doing it, but I feel like I have to give a little bit of backstory. I've been involved with Malinois since the late 1980s. This very, very long time. I wanted to get a Malinois before I even seen one, simply because there were people that were talking at the time about them like they were some incredible super dogs that everybody had no idea what they are. And the way they, people that are in dog sports, the way they would describe them when they haven't seen them before, they would be like, oh, it looks like a mutt, but it's not really a mutt, because you kind of see the face and you see the expression and you know that there is something else, but it was.
Okay, I have to stop right there. Did you hear what he said, right? He said, I've been involved with the Malinois since the 80s. And then what he said that people said they look like, ready?
Mutts.
Oh, You hear that a lot when, when people are new to something. We hear that a lot when they come across an engineer like myself or like any of you guys who got composite breeds like Caveman and myself. And, they're not used to these type of dogs, and they're not, they automatically want to call it a mutt. You hearing that from somebody of a top tier status that was hunting for that shit back in the 80s. I just wanted to stop it right there because he gonna ring a lot of bells. That's why I love us, because I knew you guys. I know y'all will appreciate someone with his experience talking so candid like he does, because he don't have to do this. Okay, you heard Inquisitive Degen. Let me put that up there back again. He said, I bought his book 10 years ago. So this motherfucker got a book, y'all, and had the opportunity to get on the live. So he ain't no regular motherfucker talking. Does that make sense? I mean, we can see that Ready Caveman, Verde, chat. We can see it that he ain't no regular dude.
Right.
All right, I digress. Let's keep it going. I know we early bird, but we gonna participate in this because that's why the coach brought him here. I want you guys to hear it from somebody who has more accolades than the coach, but damn near is saying what the coach be saying. But let's keep it going.
It was a big puzzle for a long time. And that's kind of when I started. People didn't know. I didn't know what Malinois is. I didn't know how to pronounce it. Like in Dutch, it's a Mechelaar. In French, it's a Malinois. Because of Malinois, that's what really made me move to Belgium. And being all this crazy and running away from communist countries and all this stuff that I don't want to bore you with right now. But I started with kind of Russian style because it was a communist time in Bulgaria, training dogs, military stuff. And eventually when I moved to Belgium, it was all Malinois and Belgian ring. IGP Schutzhund at the time wasn't really what was interesting to me. I didn't know much about it. And since I was really kind of cracking the door open to find out what Malinois are, it was all about Belgian ring. And going to Belgium, you had all sorts of different clubs at the time. Dog sports were super, super popular. And yeah, so where do I go? I hope you have prepared your top Mali questions. But I want to talk about selection and breeding and how to pick a puppy and what to do with a puppy and things like that. So it was at the time very like if I give you some story how I got my first Malinois and basically became really good friends with a lot of breeders in Belgium, but most importantly, Luc Vanstebruch, who was the owner and still is the owner, and he still has occasional litters of puppies under the name de Dieu pour toi. So all of you, if you are not familiar with that kennel name and you go after the 5th, 6th generations back in your pedigrees, you're most likely gonna find some of those dogs. It's not the only kennel, but this was the kennel that kind of basically made the Malinois popular across Europe at the time. I remember me living in Belgium right at the time when Mondiouring was forming. And there were a few interesting meetings, and one was in Tournai, Belgium. And, you know, there was like French and Belgium and Dutch guys and some German, and trying to fight it out and sort it out, how to make that ultimate program that maybe we take all the cool elements from different programs and create one and call it Mondiouring.
All right, I just want to stop right there, okay? So this gentleman right here, he moved to Belgium. That's how serious he was about figuring out what he wanted to do with that Malinois. Mm-hmm. And you already heard his history about, dealing with the Russian dogs, coming from a communist country, the early guys thinking about how to make the ultimate dog. They're thinking like us, right? They're putting certain competitions together. Like, he's giving you the backdrop of how they were thinking, the pioneers. He's talking from a pioneer perspective. He's not talking from somebody, who think they know but wasn't in the game. You know what I mean? He's not talking from a perspective of it was already done and the gatekeepers don't want you to make nothing different. He's saying that they're trying to combine everything and try to make the ultimate dog, different programs to make the ultimate program. That's the perspective that he's coming from. That's where we at with high performance working dogs. We want to make the ultimate, the highest level of working dog. You follow his narrative already?
Facts.
Okay. Just want to make sure we all in tune. Now let's carry on.
And it didn't quite happen that way because there was a lot of, everybody wants to pull the rug their way. But anyway, we have Mondiouring now. I first started to be really intrigued by breeding with people that were doing Belgian ring. And back then, what was interesting and what I've learned and what I've kept into my practice today, and I guess before I even go there, man, I have so many things to talk about that I'm going to just be jumping all over the place. But why I am somebody that can talk about the breed with different level of understanding and knowledge. I have been breeding since 1989. like there were few breedings that were not even registered with American Kennel Club. But today, before the call, I went to my AKC breeder login and went through all my charts. And basically, I have bred about, I think it was 165 litters up to now. 165 litters. Now, if you give and take, sometimes there are 4 puppies, sometimes there are 14 puppies in a litter, but let's say average of 8 puppies. That means that I have bred around 1,300 puppies or something like that.
Okay. So if we're talking about experience with Malinois, different breeding, 100 and what do you say, 60 something different breedings?
165.
55 breedings, right, y'all? That's a lot of trial and error. That's a lot of puppies.
Hell yeah.
So when a man like him talks and speaks, I listen. I listen. Because I don't have, I have a lot of litters. It's not how many he has. I've produced a lot of puppies, but not as many as he has. So even though I have a lot of trial and error, a lot of experience, a lot of wins and losses, more losses than wins, okay? Someone like him intrigues me to pay attention and listen, shut my mouth, pay attention. So, you know, please listen to this man. Listen to him. Pay attention. I know it's hard for y'all to sit down and just listen. It's not entertaining. I know this shit does not entertain you. But we engineers, we nerds, man, we like to learn. That's what entertains us. Learning from somebody who knows they shit so that you can take what you learn and apply it. So please reverse your mental place of wanting to be entertained to wanting to learn. I digress. Let's carry on.
And that's insane. That's a lot of experience. And that's kind of what I want to share with you, because today it's quite often, especially with social media, and everybody wants to, contribute, which is not a bad thing. But sometimes there is not enough knowledge, and sometimes it really goes sideways. Having bred 1,200 and something puppies, it's an insane number when I think about it. And I haven't really divided it in like different periods of my lifespan. Sometimes we will have 3-4 breedings per year, sometimes less, sometimes a little more, depending on everything. But basically, what is really interesting is that we have this really crazy experience, and hopefully I can give you my take on what is how I do things and how I can help you with breeding, selecting, training Malinois, because they are definitely a little bit different dogs than other breeds. Every breed has their own little quirks, and Malinois are definitely a special dog. They can have very, very, very incredible traits, but often they can backfire. And also, I find that with time and the more popularity the breed gains, people expectations are becoming very strange. And people don't quite, like it's becoming so twisted that, trainers and pet owners want a Malinois, and sometimes I'm like, why do you just really don't need Malinois in your life? But anyway, where I want to go with there is, of course, we have show lines and we have working lines. We are talking today about working lines, Malinois. Malinois is.
We're talking tonight about working line Malinois, okay? There's more than one way to skin a cat, more than one way to make a dog. So please pay attention in class. You know, like I said, I like to stop and make emphasis because a lot of times, like when I did my master class on the racehorse and how it relates to working dogs, working competition dogs, a lot of people didn't pay attention in class, Ready? A lot of people didn't pay attention in class, chat. And I stop so that I put emphasis on things so that you pay attention. So when we talk about things and it might be out of your mental dog standing, you know, capacity, it might be outside of it. And like, damn, coach talking outside of theory. Then when we have these master classes with professionals who have the accolades, like thoroughbred racehorse breeders, and the coach is talking like how they talk, and then I'm speaking how he's speaking, but then I say, hey, did you watch the class? Y'all didn't pay attention to the class, da-da-da-da. This is why I do that. This is why I stop and emphasize. This is why I like us to elaborate. So some of y'all pay attention, some of you guys don't, but I digress. I digress. Let's keep it going.
Almost everywhere when you mention the breed, it's understood that we're talking about working dogs. Of course, there are show people that are doing conformation, and it's much more important for them. But these are pockets of small numbers compared to the true diehards like me and hopefully most of you that are listening here. So, I want to go first with how I choose dogs in my program. Something interesting about this. That's kind of weird that I just have to talk and I'm trying to see messages, but I'm gonna stay focused before I start to answer your questions. Selecting dogs for breeding, that's really where it starts. And how do you select dogs for breeding? And there is many different theories. And what should the male be? What should the female be?
I gotta stop right there. Ready, I know Ready pay attention. What do you say there's many what?
Nah, he said there's many. Damn
it, man. Theories.
theories.
Yes. So, hey, sorry to put you on the spot, Ready. I thought
Nah, that's all good.
I thought you would have caught that. Chat, I know y'all heard that. Okay. Now, what was Coach talking about them theories? I mean, we've been talking about theories. So when I hear this man speak about theories, I've never, this is the first, like, I'm like, he's a student of the game and he's a doer of the game. He understands theories are theories. Us as engineers, we need to understand the difference between theories and reality. Theories do play in the foundation of where we start. However, theories don't always equate to reality. Does that make sense, y'all?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Sorry, Ready. You know what I mean? Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I wanted you guys to understand that this is why I want y'all to pay attention in class.
Gotta pick the right dog, male or female.
Well,
but it's different. It's theories to that. That's what he said.
Yeah, well, it's a start. A theory is a start. You know, it's an outline.
Mhm.
That's it for us. It's not the end all be all. It's a start.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Say that again, K-Man. I'm sorry.
It's the basis for your investigation.
Facts. That's exactly what it is. So do not confuse theory with the gospel. Do not confuse theory with the end all be all. It's the start and it's the means for your direction, for your investigation. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, pay attention in class, y'all. This is a master class, man. I hope y'all paying attention in class.
What the age is. So that's kind of where I want to go. And when you think of like again, I go so far back, and as far back as I go, there is still, I mean, the breed is from a long time. So it's really worth knowing the history of the breed, and it has very interesting timeline and some very sketchy pedigrees at times. And there was a reason for that. Like very often there would be a pedigree, and you would talk to a breeder and they would kind of draw, you know, who the father and who the grandfather, and give you the combination on a little piece of paper if they trusted you. So
Okay, remember we did the modern dog marvels on the Malinois?
Yes.
Remember how he said he can go back as far as he can go back, and he went to Belgium talking to these old school breeders, and you know, there's a lot of sketch pedigrees.
Yep.
Which what that means is, you know, you don't know if it's true or not. The OG might not want to tell you the truth
Exactly.
behind what he got in his Malinois. So if he trusts you or not, like he said, he might give you the real pedigree.
Right.
But at the same time, because of how far it goes back, there's a lot of things that you don't even fucking know. It's above your pay grade, mental pay grade. You don't know what they was mixing and how they was cooking back in the day.
Correct.
That's
All
a
right.
fact. I was just having an argument about that the other day with somebody. Like, a lot of the paperwork going around is default paperwork. That's not even the real paperwork.
Yep.
Like you said, and like you say, Coach, if they trust you, you might get the real paperwork when it comes down to these real high performance dogs.
Yeah, they might give you the sauce if they trust you. If not, it's like, I don't want you to have my combination to my family of dogs. Who the fuck is you?
Exactly. So
Some
you
of
could get higher than me.
Go ahead, K-Man.
some of it they can't admit to. If you have dogs that are registered under a registry as purebred, and you throw some bull terrier or some greyhound in your dogs, you can't tell nobody that. You got to breed it out. You know, breed the look out.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's correct, K-Man. That's correct. And that's why he was saying this sketch. He can only go back as far as he went, but he's telling us that you got to go to the history of these dogs and understand why they were bred, where they were bred, who was using them, what they were using them for, all that type of shit come into play. So you just can't take, you know, a pedigree or what somebody says is face value. Because like you said, is, you know, you never know why they would, you know, if they don't trust you, they're not going to give you the real shit.
Right.
Oh yeah. And Dylan, my brother Dylan, he said they was throwing different coats in there. Yeah, we learned that in our modern dog marvels, different coats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we learned that too. If y'all missed that class, go watch the modern dog marvels of the Malinois. We did the Malinois and the Dutch Shepherd and one,
Yep.
didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah, go check out the modern dog marvel, man. We went back to the root of the Malinois and the Dutch Shepherd, and we was comparing them and all the shit. So you know what I mean. Go check that classroom out, man. But man, salute to Ivan. I think that's his name, Ivan. Man, salute to Ivan. Man, he giving us some game, man. But I digress. Let's keep it going, man. Let's keep it going.
There is that interesting part. This is way before we can do DNA tests and so on. But it's very interesting part of the history of the Malinois, and probably it's what also still keeps the breed as good as it is today. There are a few ways to select.
Okay, I got to stop right there. He said, because of them not knowing all the different type of cookups that is in the foundation of the breed, is probably the reason why you can still breed it the way it is and the dogs are so good today, because of that genetic diversity. That's what I got out of that. I don't know. Did you guys get something else out of that, what he said?
Nah, I understood it.
Okay. K-Man, did you understand what he meant by that, K-Man? I know you understood. But...
Definitely understood that. It sounds like you said, with the hyper vigor for certain levels. Once they was, it's almost like you say, some breeders want to be like, scatterbreeding is not good, but you could go take a dog to scatterbreeding and then outperform God knows what. You feel me? I'm not gonna say what it will or won't perform, but that doesn't mean that dog or that offspring can't perform. So what I'm getting
Sure.
is, they was achieving hybrid vigor back then,
Yep.
and pretty much they wasn't trying to give up the sauce to their hybrid vigors. So because they was taking these hybrid vigors to each other and was inbreeding and line breeding, because of today, when we do line breed or inbreed or even try to create a hybrid vigor of some sort, like you say, we get that genetic diversity. So
Diversity. Yeah.
right. So then we're able to really pick and choose, and then it allows you to actually real life, like what Coach was saying, select a breed, as in, oh, now I got a Dutch Shepherd that looks like this, or I got a Dutch Shepherd that looks like that, but it performs in this way or this format. So definitely understanding what he's coming from.
Go ahead, K-Man.
Facts.
I was just speculating on what they might have mixed in back then, and I think you can see Doberman in some of them dogs.
That's interesting. If they did that, K-Man, but I mean, you would never know if you an expert, if you're a master breeder, you can wash that shit out. You would never know that shit's in there. Like I said, I got Chopper the Manstar, but you would never know there's an American Bulldog in them or Neapolitan Mastiff. You wouldn't even never know that, or German Boxer. You would never know that shit. But it's in them.
That Neapolitan Mastiff, that's what tricks my head. Every time you say Neapolitan Mastiff, I'll be like, this is crazy. Like, that's in that dog.
Yeah, you
Like,
don't see none of that shit
you
in
don't
them.
see it
Nope.
for sure. And I just found this out. For some XL breeders in the American Bully breed, their dog don't just have American Mastiff, but it also has Boerboel. I'm not talking shit, but it just goes to say, when, for instance, when they was breeding for these big dogs like Hulk, you feel me? I'm wondering, well, if you take a Mastiff, but I'm all like, there's another genoplay. They not telling us. And then I have let's say, an honest breeder come in the background and go, bro, you want to see some embark papers? And I'm all like, show me the embark. Bro, you see right here, yeah. I can't tell you when or where, but right here, the Boerboel was at it. And I'm not going to say who it was, but it just goes to say that a lot of shit is still being sauced up. A lot of shit was being sauced up then. And like
Correct.
what Coach was saying, unless if you're like this master breeder, and unless if you have somebody to talk to, like what bro was saying on the live just now, if they don't trust you, you're not going to know.
They're not gonna give you the sauce.
Nope.
They're not,
Gatekeeping.
for sure.
But I digress. So let's keep on going. So you know what I mean? Like, man, I love our classroom, man. We all thinking, man. Hey, Chet, I know y'all thinking just like us on the panel. Let's keep it moving.
Select a dog. One would be understanding the genetics, understanding what is the power of genetics, how much that can influence the breeding. Another one probably the more popular today is watching a famous dog, a dog that just became the champion or had an amazing protection and working dog showed it and something like that. And everybody's like, oh, this is the dog. That can help, but a lot of times can be very dangerous way to select who you should choose for breeding.
No, the coach had to stop there. You know, the coach had to stop there. So, you know how a lot of times people breed off the show winners, whether it be, a confirmation show winner, but let's stick to the performance dog. The dogs are performing at the highest level. So it's like, okay, that dog is showing me something visually. So I'm only going to breed to those dogs that show me a high level of performance, right?
Right.
But what this man is telling you based off of experience of probably doing that, which I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but at the same time, he's giving you a perspective early, but he's giving you a preview of what he's about to talk about is how, a lot of people breed that way especially when you're in a competition dog, the competition dog, the competition dog, the competition dog, the competition dog. But like he's saying, in theory, that makes sense, but a lot of times it don't produce. It don't produce, y'all. It does not produce. And he's going to lean heavily on genetics, but I just want y'all to pay attention to what he just said just now about how the theory of competition dog to competition dog, that is kind of like the status quo when you're in that arena. But that doesn't mean it's going to produce the best dogs. Okay. Right. It shows you it in theory, but that doesn't mean it's going to be that in reality. But, please pay attention to what he's saying. You know what I mean? Because this man is telling you something that he don't got to share. He's telling you shit from what he used to do and what he is doing. So pay attention to his perspective, not what you think, but his perspective of him doing it and achieving the highest levels that I haven't achieved yet. But let's keep going.
As I said, genetics, bloodlines, very, very important, and understanding what you want to bring in the breed. So I can tell you different kennel names, right, across the world. And every once in a while, there would be a kennel name that's going to pop up. And it will be very, very famous for quite some time, let's say 5-6 years, or basically the lifespan of a stud dog. And then what happens is that kennel loses that genetic makeup that was what the kennel was about. And how does that happen is very interesting, because you, as a breeder, you have to understand that maybe you got lucky, or maybe you did your homework, but you figured it out that there is a male that you have that is really producing very nice dogs, whatever.
I have to stop there now.
Nah, that was crazy. He said that. Like
Go
10
ahead.
years.
Go ahead.
Where he said 10 years, and then you got all those dogs, but only that one male's producing. So your kennel's based off of one dog.
Yeah.
You got like 100 dogs or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. He's talking about prepotency. And how you have this dog and you might have one out of all your performers or whatever in your bloodline that is prepotent, that is producing what you want as a breeder. Okay. And then he's also going to tap into how that gets lost over time because of how you breed. And then also based off of who else is the next dog. And then you are breeding for the next dog versus making your dog that is already potent, his line better. But I'm getting ahead of myself. But I just want you guys to understand he's getting into this pre-potency that we're talking about. And not every dog, whether they're heavily inbred or scatterbred, is pre-potent. And if you understand that you have a pre-potent dog, please pay attention to what he's talking about. We're going to let him finish, though. Okay? Thank you. Ready for that?
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Whatever that means to you. And it's producing nice dog pretty much with any female you put it on. That's a true stud dog. Now, as a breeder, one of the hardest things is to learn how to maintain that bloodline and not lose it. And as I said, kennels come and go, and they become very popular simply because there is this one dog that produces nice dogs for a few years. But then what happens is a son or a daughter of that dog goes somewhere else and they start producing. So the line, if you want to think of it that way, doesn't really get lost and disappear. It just moves to somebody else's kennel. And now there is another famous kennel. And now they're famous for some years. And if they are not successful to maintain what they are producing, then it moves again and again and again. So that's really what happens. And this is why you will see a lot of different kennels across Europe or anywhere really in the world that will be, everybody would know them for certain period of time, and then give it 2 or 3 generations, and there is some cool dogs way back in the pedigrees, and nobody ever hears about this kennel again. And it's not that they don't breed or I mean, sometimes they just go out of breeding simply because it's not the same anymore. They lose the genetics. So the interesting part, and probably the art of breeding, and that most likely goes with any breed, but it is about recognizing what you have as a producer and try to keep it in your.
Oh, man. He said it's an art. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah.
It's not theory. Even though we know everything plays because we scientists, we engineers, we know, we smart. We know theory plays, but it's an art, and how you can get caught up in breeding certain ways to where, you know, the next kennel comes with your bloodline and he crosses it. He takes what you got from you. He bought it from you, a son off of your top tier dog. And then he takes your genetics and he crosses it and get that genetic diversity and explosion. And he becomes top tier. And then you deviate from what made you top tier. And then you lose the line. You lose the genetic. You know what I mean? And you lose the art that got you that dog that's a producer. That's what he's talking about. And that's what he's noticed in his career of doing top tier working competition, top level mound walls. And he's going to, I'll give you a preview, he's going to give you an example of how he fucked up. But I digress. I just want to stop. You know, he's giving us game, y'all. He's telling you it's an art, man. He's telling them motherfuckers get caught up in shit, get stuck in this inbreeding, line breeding bullshit, get stuck in this pure bullshit. Somebody goes ahead and takes your motherfucking line and fucking crosses it with their shit and fucking outdoes you, when you wondering how the fuck did his son outproduce his daddy. Well, there it is. Because you stuck in your ways. You don't know how to keep your motherfucking top tier stud vibrant. But I digress. Let's keep it going.
Okay, and I'll try to maintain these bloodlines. Sometimes it gets very difficult, but now it's very easy comparing to late 80s or early 90s or even early 2000s. Now, collecting and keeping frozen semen from dogs, it's very, very easy. And one of the things that I do is I try to follow the bloodlines that I have, and I never really lose them, or I try not to lose them. There was a really special dog, and I will talk to you about a bunch of dogs of mine, if that will be of interest. But I had a dog that I got from Belgium in I think it was 2004. It was under Turkudos van de Duvetore. Johan Beckhuizen was the breeder of the dog, and goes back to Luc van de Bruche's dog and so on. But that dog was a very, very, very cool dog as far as breeding goes. I collected them so much because I knew what I have. And unfortunately, I was, selling semen to friends, or not even friends, anybody that wanted to breed to, simply because he was, I collected quite a bit, and it was not a problem for me. But when it was time for me to breed, and I tried to breed them once, the one female, then another female, and I think I tried 4 times artificially, and none of the females were taking. And it was to find out that basically the frozen semen got towed. It just went to waste. And this can happen. That can happen very easy, like some freezer, the electricity goes off, the generator doesn't kick in, you give it a couple of hours, and you have the problem that I'm talking about. So long after that dog was gone is when I really felt that he died for me.
Okay, fellas. Now, he just gave you an example to see this is what I love about what we're talking about. Big salute to you, Manny. Much love and respect, my brother. This is why I always tell you guys,
man.
Man, there you go, Reddy. You know what I be teaching y'all.
I was gonna say that in the last one, but I didn't want to jump the gun. You know what I'm saying?
But you knew it was coming, though, right, Reddy?
Yeah, Paul.
Obviously, we know, because like I said, we've been teaching this shit in our classroom. I've been telling y'all, collect your fucking straws. I've been teaching y'all that shit. He's giving you an example of how he has so many, and he had a top tier stud, and he got a rep, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't even told you his accolades yet. Wait till you hear his accolades. Like, this motherfucker's top of the tier, the treetop. Like our brother Inquisitive Dejin, man, he got his book 10 years ago. You know what I mean? He was able to get a conversation in the live with somebody that he respected 10 years ago. So this guy's already, he's already got his stars and stripes. You know what I mean? So he's letting us in. He's letting his viewers in, telling us his woes and no's, and how, he had a situation where now it's time for him to breed. He done sold it on hoarders. He done made his money off his mill, top tier stud. He's like, I got straws. It ain't no thing. I'm gonna get this money, and I got my little shit. And then whatever happened where he had 4 straws, however many straws, maybe did two a bitch, whatever, and none of them took. So now he's like, damn it, man. He's learning a lesson, like, and he's giving us that game. But what I wanted to stop and let you guys understand is that This man is telling y'all, when you got studs, collect your semen, go find you a sperm bank in your area and get your dog collected, especially if it's a top tier producer, because even when that dog is no longer living on the earth, and that dog is a top tier producer, you can do what the coach plans to do and always bring that dog back to the forefront, whether it's fucking 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years later. You still got straws. So please pay attention in class. We talked about this. That's what I said. Reddy already knew what time it was. You know what I'm saying? He's like, shit, I'm about to get ahead of myself. But we've been talking about this shit. And I'm glad that Ivan is talking about it. You know what I mean? So that y'all can hear from somebody else instead of it just being the coach talking this type of shit. But I digress.
The story and what I'm trying to tell you is, if you decide to ever do frozen semen, keep it in 2 separate banks. Don't put all of your semen in one storage. That's the lesson that I learned, and hopefully you guys do the same thing. It is very, very, very important that if you have a special dog and you want to really make sure that for sure you're maintaining and you have that semen, you need to put it into separate places for storage. Now, I'm talking so much that my cigar is going out. I'm gonna just to light this up, and I'm gonna tell you about the actual selection, a little bit interesting stuff. So how do not just me, I mean, of course I have this ages of experience and going to trial and error, but I also listen and pay attention, especially when I was first starting like this.
I gotta stop right there, y'all. He says he got a lot of experience due to. All right, Reddy, I'm gonna have to put you on the spot. What do you say? Due to what, Reddy? He got a lot of experience due to what?
I ain't hear it.
Shit, man.
I was listening.
I want to say he said competition.
Reddy, hey, K-Man, let me see K-Man. K-Man, what do you say, K-Man?
I was just gonna say, don't put me on the spot. I was putting a log on the fire.
God damn. What about you, Verde? What do you say?
I think he said competition, due to a lot of competition.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Hey, he said due to trial and error. He has a lot of experience due to trial and error. All right. So that's why the coach tell you guys to outside the box to create the circle, because if you're not trying it, you will never know.
Wouldn't know.
Whether you get the plus or the minus, whether you get the check mark or the X, whether it's a go or you get held back, trial and error. Okay, I just wanted to emphasize that. Like I said, hey, this is what this is what the coach is gonna do. I told y'all I'm gonna do this shit. And I said, it ain't to downplay y'all, but I just want y'all to pay attention. Like he said, make sure you know that's what made him pay attention. Learn, listen, and pay. That's what made him do it, because of his experience and having trial and error. You know what I mean? This is why when I go to the classroom and I go into these people's lives, I take notes. I might listen 10 times. I might listen to a live 10 times. Just me. Because I want to learn. I want it to play in my mind to where when I'm experiencing in my lab, I'm hearing Ivan in the back of my mind saying it. You know, when I fail, I'm hearing Ivan say, "Coach, it's trial and error, man. Don't hold yourself too accountable." Yeah, I get it. Hey, Inquisitive Dejin said, Reddy got the first part right. Ah,
Salute.
yeah, no, hey, salute. No, hey guys, we all in this together. Don't, like, Reddy, you know what time it is. I ain't trying to put you on the spot, but at the same time,
No, that's all good.
yeah, I just want y'all to, and I know that you on the panel, so I can't really get everybody else to speak, but understand, I just want y'all to pay attention. That's all. Just pay attention to what he's saying, because everything he's saying is what we all about, Reddy, at the end of the day. It's not like he teaching us something different than what we know. But at the same time, a lot of people don't really pay attention to these things.
True.
So that's why I wanted us to emphasize it. So when I put you on the spot, just know I'm not doing it just to put you on blast, but I just want everybody to know that, like, pay attention. So I digress. We'll keep it going.
These early years of me living in Belgium was just priceless for me, that I didn't even appreciate at the time because I was so much more into training than breeding. However, all that knowledge just kept being stored and coming back to me. And in Belgium, the way they think about breeding, I don't even know how it is now, because it's very different. But the old school, the older generation, like much older than me, and it was passed on and on. The idea was to always think of two different strains, two different bloodlines, two different, not bloodlines, but two different types of dogs. And you can call the one line or the one type of dog that is more primitive type. And the other one is more the kind of trainable type. So when I'm talking about primitive type, this is the dog that you ask him to heel and they're like, okay, I'm healing, just kind of doing some bulldozer, like, really. But they don't get overly excited about it. But when it's time to bite, they just have these monster grips with a lot of power, like crunching power. No matter how many gauntlets and stuff you're going to put on, you still feel very uncomfortable if one of these monsters gets you. But they're not the kind of dog that makes points. In pretty much in any program. But it's a very, very important type of dog. Then you have the more trainable dog, and you can, for the lack of better way to explain it, you can compare them more towards like the border collie types. They're very willing, very in tune, and very eager to please and do and whatever, which is totally different to the one that I just talked to you about, right? So as a breeder, if you want to stay in this long and do well, you have to figure it out what type of dogs you have. And typically you would breed these two types, you put them together, and then you will have something really nice. What happens is then that third type coming out of the two gets bred to another third type. And you keep going up that pyramid, and what will happen is you're most likely going to lose either the primitive, actually more often you will lose that primitive type, the more, I wouldn't say stubborn dogs, because they're not stubborn, but they're just very self-confident, dominant, and independent in some ways. It's
Okay. So what he just described to you is a outcross. Types. Talking about how the OGs did it before. And the primitive type, which is more of a raw dog, right?
Mhm.
It's a dog based off of what it does. What it does is what it does. And its nature is its nature. Then you got the ones who, want to please his master and very easily be, easily trained. And then you take that cross and you create that 50-50 F1 hybrid, and you get hybrid vigor, which is the perfect dog between the two, hopefully, if you select the right one. Then he says, if you follow that pyramid, the line, he is expressing to us that it becomes watered down.
Yep.
Are you getting that?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Inbred.
What you say, K-Man?
Yep, that's pretty basic, actually.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't, K-Man, a lot of people don't get that shit. They think that inbreeding, line breeding is the playbook. They really think that that's just the holy grail and shit. Some people really think that shit. And it's like he's telling you right now that when you do that, you losing shit. You're not gaining nothing by doing it. You losing it when you keep doing it. Like I said, as you keep going up the pyramid, you do it again, and then you do it again, you losing shit.
No vigor.
No vigor whatsoever. And you think you added traits, but as you add traits, you losing shit. Like they say, the more you inbreed, line breed, every 2 you get, you lose 3 to 4. Right? Every plus, you get 3 or 4 minuses.
Right.
When you line breed, inbreed. That's why it needs to be limited. It needs to be for a reason, and then you need to limit it 2 to 3 times. 3 times to me max before I'm throwing something fresh in that motherfucker. Period. But you're hearing it from somebody who's been around the OGs, been around the breed in the 80s, and seeing how they breed a primitive type to a trainable type. 2 different type of dogs to get the vigor, and what they want is the balance. Then once they get somewhat the balance and they try to follow the line to keep it, then he's telling us as they keep doing it, they eventually lose something, which he's saying at the end of the day, the most valuable, like the most valuable trait is the primitive trait that they lose. That's pretty much what he's going to be telling us. But I want us to, listen to what he's saying at the end of the day, because everything that we talk about is what he's experienced and what he's telling us that all right. Go ahead, K-Man.
Yeah, pretty soon somebody's going to figure out that the real way to do this is to maintain 2 lines and make F1s as your product.
I agree with you on that, man. You could do even more than 2 lines. You could do, like you said, multiple lines and maintain F1s, especially if you're doing competition dogs.
Yeah. Instead of trying to breed further off of those F1s, just repeat the F1s.
Yep, repeat the F1 formula. Yep. But you know what, K-Man? That'll be what we
don't know
do.
if you're gonna get something better. Well, you can't. It's possible you could get something better too every time you do a repeat.
Well, the formula is the F1. If you're trying to make the most extreme level of hybrid vigor or maximum level of hybrid vigor when it comes to performance. But like he's saying, right, you get those genetics and you want to tighten it up because, like I said, not every dog is going to be exactly the way you want it. So then you say, okay, if I tighten this up, I breed this one, I tighten it up. But then, based off of inbreeding depression, you're going to lose more than you gain.
Yeah, you're going to lose all them traits.
Yep, we're going to bottleneck it.
Yep.
Like he said, you're going to have a dog you think's better, but you lost that mouse.
Yeah, you're gonna lose something. You'll tighten something up, but then you're gonna lose something in the process of doing it. So you don't want to lose it, but just by that, go ahead.
You're gonna lose, and I think I said this a couple weeks ago. You're gonna lose that hardness. Those breakable dogs, they're just full on frontal assault.
The primitive dog.
Yeah, those dogs. Remember don't respect humans.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of unnatural for a dog. So when you start playing around, trying to refine that and add shit, that's one of the first things you'll lose. And you get a bunch of friendly dogs. What bunch of weak dogs that you can break them, under pressure.
Right.
Yep, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. All right, let's carry on, man. I'm glad we all paying attention in class because it makes sense to us. I hope it's making sense to you guys, chat.
It's not that they're not loving dogs and not affectionate. They have a little bit mind on their own. And if you breed only the trainable dogs or the third type to a trainable dog, eventually what happens is you end up with the nervy type of Malinois that everybody has seen at some point. And, we think that, when we breed really good one to really good one to really good one, it's going to keep getting better. And that's not how genetics work. And that's not how you will sustain your kennel.
All right. Breeding theory. This is something that I want us to understand, that just because in theory that makes sense, he's telling you based off of how him and his peoples and all the OGs and these kennel clubs and all this shit, because he's going to talk about that shit too, how they was breeding that way, they weren't getting those dogs.
Right.
They were not getting those dogs breeding that way. So it sounds scary, but it don't always work out as planned. That's what he's telling you. Go ahead, K-Man.
Yeah, that's where a lot of people mess up on any breed of dog, is when they're line breeding. They're not finding a dog out of the line that complements what they're missing. They're doubling down, they're bottlenecking in a certain direction. And what you get overdone, where he's talking about with that nerviness, you get that the same like in a bulldog with two bully. The mastiffs, they get nervy like that. It's called overdone.
Yeah.
You went past that threshold, that balance of that performance, and doubled down too much on certain traits, fucked it all up. Where you should have took a female that was real social, and you could take her in public and stuff, and you breed her to that really hard, really driving male. You don't breed two dogs like that. They just fall apart.
Facts, K-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Hope y'all paying attention in class, man. You know what I mean? We get some good game over here, man. So please pay attention in class, y'all.
If you don't have it, you have to know what you're looking for, and you have to find it elsewhere to bring it back and maintain it. As I said, like there is times when you.
So he also said something that a lot of people don't do because they don't have the resources, nor the money, nor the mental capacity to even think like that. If you don't have it, you're not kennel blind. So if you don't have it, you need to go look somewhere else to find what you don't have and go bring it into your line. That's what he's telling y'all.
Yeah, gotta go overseas.
Wherever,
Yeah,
overseas, whoever got what you want, sauce that's not related to your shit, you need to go get that and bring it into your line. That's what he's telling us. That's what he's telling y'all. That's what his experience told him.
you gotta rehydrate your shit.
You gotta rejuvenate it with some genetic diversity. A whole complete different line that complements your line, like K-Man said. Like we talk about, it complements your line, but it's not related.
Right.
Because we want to correct, we want to change, we want to fix. We don't want to get caught up in like, well, my bloodline used to be the way it used to be, but it's not that no more. So to get out your pride and bring something else in. Because that's what he's telling you. That's what you got to do. That's what he's telling us. All right, let's keep it going.
A breeder will have a very good blood, and then they will lose it. Now it moved to somebody else and somebody else. And if you're still a smart breeder, you can still go back and catch it and bring it back to you. But you need to know what to look for.
If you're a smart breeder, you know how to bring it back. Now, this is how you guarantee you can bring it back. Is if you got straws, like I got with AK, and I start to lose it, I already got a formula to where I'm not playing that inbreed, line breed crazy shit. I already got my formula. But I will always be able to bring AK back into the formula. You know why? Because I got AK. His straw.
Yeah.
His straw. I'll take a semen and to make another F1. I bring him right back.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't lose him. And like he said, he had a situation where, you know, his straws that he had left was a dud. So he can't go back. And then his sons is with somebody else. That he's, you know, the sons that's doing it big, yeah, he might go and buy some semen off of them, but he's letting us know, like, that should be in your lab from the father that made the son.
Facts.
Yeah, if I want a piece of the son, you know, unless the son is better. Now, the son might have created better because of that hybrid vigor, but the son is not the dad who created him.
Right.
So let's keep going.
There were times when it was like in the 90s when the Germans designed the Belgian, the Malinois Choron test. And they made a mistake. You know, they always very methodical, and it's like all data collection. It's like, okay, there is a 4 and a 5, and you know the dogs will do certain things and they will get different grades, and they basically what they were doing is selecting the top, the peak, to another one and another one, and going up the pyramid, and eventually created this really unstable dogs. And it took them quite some time to realize and come back and try to balance this out again. Another thing that I learned that was a hard one, it was the female. Like like if you think of German Shepherds or you think of any breeder, and it's like, oh, what is the female? What can she do? What title she has? What is she capable? And I remember the breeders at the time in Belgium, they'll be like, she doesn't bite, but she's a good mom. And she comes from this dog and this dog and this dog. And what was cool about it, these dogs were like, they just had a first name. They didn't even have kennel names. And when I was studying, I was like, okay, I'm going to get into this. And again, I had some really good friends, breeders, and they're like, you should take that female. And I'm like, well, let me see her. What can she do? And they're like, it's not about what she can do. It's about what's inside. It's what she carries and what she's going to produce.
I know y'all heard what he just said.
It's about what's inside of her and what she can produce.
Not what they shoot, what they throw. Remember?
Yeah. Yes. You heard it from him. The mistakes. He's telling you the mistakes, and him. The OGs is telling him, bro, this bitch don't bite. This bitch don't do all the shit that you would like her to do, that you want to grade her on. But the dogs behind her and her pedigree and the fact that she's a good producer is why you want her. Okay? She's not a performer. That's not her job when it comes to this whole scheme of things. But she's a producer. And you need to understand that that's what you want when you want to carry on the genetic pool and enhance it. You need the ones that don't perform. You got the ones for the go, and you got the ones for the go, or for the ones that's not for the go, in order for the breeding pool, the breeding shed. I mean, brood mares or whatever. And he had to learn this the hard way. You see what I'm saying? Like this shit right here is why we keep. If you got your F1, you got the pool, keep everything. If some of them meet the cut for performance, some of them don't, we still going to breed them all. Because we would never know who is going to be the producer. Like he said, the Germans was breeding top dog, the top dog, the top dog, and the top dog, and the top dog, because that's the theory that they thought, but they was breeding unstable dogs. That created unstable dog. It wasn't a balanced dog. It took them a long time to figure it out.
You hear the part about her being a good mother?
Yes.
That's very important. Very important if you're trying to breed dogs, that your females look and act like females. And that is one of the major problems you're going to run into when you double down on them high drive, high defensive drive dogs, is they kill their puppies. And yeah, and they're not good mothers.
What's that? The she-males they be talking about?
Yeah. I mean, that's usually with the bullies. They call them that. But in like your Rottweilers and German Shepherds and stuff, I've had some imported working dogs, and they were terrible about puppies. And some of them, they can't even reproduce. They've got them so line bred, and, so inbred for that drive that they're sterile. And you got other ones, puppies. Then you got other ones that are so aggressive they'll bite kids and kill other puppies and stuff. They just got too much drive.
You know why I can relate to what he's talking about? Is because I bred 3 litter mate sisters to 1 dog, AK-47. And I've had my favorites from 1 to the 3 out of all 3 of those sisters. And they all come from the same genetic pool, but they're different, right? And they all produce different. And the one that I least expected and least liked produced me one of my biggest bitches. Only better one time to AK, but which was surprising. And I still have her right now, Desire. But I would, and she also produced me, man, she produced me some good ass dogs, man. My bitch Peaches too. The smallest bitch, but the bitch that was most game out of all of them. My red bitch Peaches. My boy Madden Productions got her now. She produced a couple top tier puppies he got right now off that bitch. But anyway, what he's talking about is what I experienced, because when it came to performance, Tiny, she wasn't fucking with her sisters. That's a dog that if it wasn't for my wife, not only that, if it wasn't for the fact that that was the last breeding, because I bred their parents at 9, 10 years old. So I was keeping everything. So I was keeping it anyway. But if I was to pick, that dog would have been out my Tiny. I would have never even kept that bitch because she didn't fit my parameters when it came to what I wanted as far as looks. And, you know, she was getting beat up by her sisters. She was getting bullied by her sisters. So, of course, you're like, that bitch, the curve, whatever you want to call them. Bitch, she don't fit you get her, you get rid of her. But that bitch was a top producer. So when he says this from experience and trial and error, I can say touche on the play because I did it myself. And I was astonished in the lab. Like, what? You produced me that? What? I was, if I wasn't keeping you just by default, if my wife didn't save your life when you was getting beat up by your littermate sisters, because my wife's like, oh, the little one, I'm gonna take care of her. My wife took care of her. I would never have Desire right now. I would have never had Peaches. So this is why when I listen to gentlemen like him with experience, I'm like, yes. Someone that is not into their pride, but they're going to tell you the truth. Yeah, I would have threw that dog away. Yeah, I used to think like this, but I learned quickly that it's not about it. Yeah, the OGs was telling me, hey, what the fuck? This dog got top tier pedigree. This dog is a good mother. Yeah, she don't do all that. Yeah, she don't bite. But this is the one you want to choose. No, I need the one that's showing me. If the dog ain't showing me, oh, I don't want that dog's out there. I'm gonna cur it. But see, there's a difference between somebody who's a breeder and then somebody who's actually a worker with the dogs. But if you both, everything plays when you both. And if you spending top tier money on your animals, you're gonna try everything. You're not throwing nothing. If you spending top tier money on your dogs, you're not throwing them in the trash. You testing everything in every aspect so that you can recoup. So when you're a breeder like him and you're a competitor like him, you testing everything. But when you're an early bird and you learning like he's talking about, you just going off a theory. Oh, if they're not showing me nothing, they only breed best to best. So if they only breed best to best, the Germans, I'm only breeding best to best. And the OG is telling you, like, bro, you missing out. That shit don't work. Then over time, you find out Germans tell you that shit don't work because it didn't work. You get unstable dogs. You inbreed too much. You start losing the primitive. So anyway, let's keep it going. Y'all follow me. Y'all get what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep it going.
And that was a hard one. That was a hard one. But it was a super important lesson. It's not that it's always the case. That's another thing, You can have females that don't bite, and they will make shitty puppies, and but that's kind of where the knowledge comes, right? However, the breeding of Malinois, it's really that interesting game of understanding the two types, understanding what happens between the two types and that third type. Maybe sometimes you can keep combining, but eventually you need to get back to origin. And very often, when you know the lines, female doesn't necessarily have to be amazing as far as working ability. I know it's kind of crazy thing. Let me check some of the messages here and see what we have as far as what I'm talking about. So I'm not just talking to myself here. Give me a second. Yeah, Aditya. Ivan, can you tell us what makes the Belgian dog so special and why some of these dogs still primitive type animals? I think I just kind of talked about it. I think it's that appreciation, and I'm sure it came from trial and error and following the backstory of every dog. If you don't follow the backstory, you will lose it. But that's kind of where it comes from. There is the whole other aspect of, the Belgian ring, the program, the rules, the jumps, all this stuff. It hasn't really changed since the beginning. You look at IGP today and you have an A-frame that keeps getting lower and lower. There is no environmental pressure. There are no stick hits. There's the program is becoming almost like a agility type of sport that doesn't allow to test character anymore. And that's one of the things that, you know, in the Belgian breeders and the Belgian ring programs, they still recognize those things and those qualities. Somebody is asking who do I think that has my line currently. I'm sure there are places that have similar dogs to mine, but as I said, I keep all of my dogs from the beginning. I have, so okay, you can say I lost Turcos as semen, but I have semen from his son. I have semen from another of his son. I have options if I need to. And
okay, you heard when we just talked about how, you know, he keeps semen from all his creations, and so I'm sure he kept dogs off of, like you said, that particular dog. Of course, it's not the dog, but he says he's got genetic pieces of that dog through his sons. So, you know, that's something that, you know, he's letting us know that we need to make sure that we do. When we cook, we need to keep semen off of them dogs. So, like, for example, when I'm cooking with AK and the Malinois, that F1, I'm keeping semen off of that. When I tighten it up and do that first inbreeding, then I'm keeping the semen off of that one. You know, you see what I'm saying? So that I at least got those genetic combinations in my lab, and it might not be the raw. That's what he's telling you at the end of the day. It's not the raw, but I got some cut.
Right. Got some options.
Yes, I can still keep something going, but it's not the raw. I wish I had the raw, but you know, I still got a piece of it. So that's what he's saying. I still got all, even though other people have my dogs, I still got the original recipe. I'm still Colonel Sanders. That's what he's telling you. So let's keep it going.
I don't think I've ever really lost, and that's kind of the advice I'm trying to tell all of you that are breeding or considering breeding, and you want to get serious with it, is that you have to be very vigilant and understand what you have, and even if you don't know what you have, still store it, because next thing you know, let's say you bred 2 litters, and now out of these 2 litters, maybe 2 puppies from the first one and 2 puppies from the second one are doing really nice things. Maybe they're not competing, but you have access and you see the dogs, and they're really high caliber dogs, and you know where it's coming from. And you probably didn't think that that dog was the best dog or that combination was the best combination, but you haven't lost it. And this is really the cool thing about, and it's not that, you know, for the most part, it's probably like around $120, $160 per year to keep semen from one dog. So if you really want to get serious with it, highly recommend that you do that. Is your kennel hands-on with the birth of your puppies, or do you allow the bitch to do everything on her own? Okay, yeah, we'll get to this in a second. Hopefully, let me see if I have something else to tell you about the selection, because again, it's not about champion to champion. That's sometimes can be a good idea, but that's not always the case. And avoiding extremes, you know, in any direction, any extremes. But at the same time, have it and understand how to put together and then move away, bring it back. That's really, it sounds really simple, and it is that simple as long as you have the knowledge to recognize, and hopefully you're understanding what I'm talking about.
Do y'all understand what he's saying?
Yeah, you gotta have the raw, take it away, and bring it back.
Yeah. Yeah. He's telling you, you got to understand that, you bring it together for whatever reason. And then you got to know when you got to bring that out in, what I mean? And know why you doing that shit. It's not just, you just do it just because there has to be a rhyme or reason why you bring it together, choosing the right ones to bring together, and then choosing the right out to not lose, but still get that vigor to keep your shit vibrant and going so that your shit don't fall apart.
Right.
Yeah. What we would do is we would look for somebody else who had a dog from the same line that bred in the direction that we were needed to add back in.
So you was still line breed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it's well, yes and no, because someone else did your outcross for you. You know what I mean? Like you would outcross and then you would line breed back with that outcross. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Going to them is your outcross. It's like loose line breeding. It's like skipping a step instead of going total outcross. But what you do is you pick a dog. Like there's a reason you're going out. You know what I mean? You're needing to add some leg, or add some endurance, add some nose, add some bite, or whatever. So you pick a dog out of that line that someone else has bred in that direction, and add that back in. But it don't have to be a total outcross. I mean, you can keep lines together that way, just by not bottlenecking shit, just by keeping the diversity in the lines. Like with your dogs, you notice that, your dogs are losing that underbite. You just breed back to a dog in that line that has an underbite, maybe even a severe underbite, to balance out.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're talking about, man.
If there's a population of that line out there, which in a competition dog there usually is.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's definitely an option, like you said, a loose line breeding. Somebody that already has an out in there that you can still get a level of genetic diversity, but still keeping, it relevant or relative to what you already have on your yard as far as in the blood. That definitely plays for sure. Definitely plays. I get it. You want to add something, ready?
I was gonna say, but they gotta be non-related though. Still.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, they will be. They'll be, distance 3 or 4 generations, but we could literally get pups from Coach. You take them to New York, and I take them to Michigan. And we breed our
Right.
2 lines, and if our lines have been bred in 2 different directions, we can make a F1 hybrid out of the same fucking dogs.
Right.
Yeah, it'll just be like a moderate hybrid vigor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I bottlenecked in one direction, he bottlenecked, but we're solidified in our traits,
Yep. Exactly. Hopefully y'all paying attention in class, because K-Man and Reddy just broke down some real shit to y'all. So please pay attention in class. That's why we always say it's more than one way to make a dog. You know what I mean? This is why we think about these things. This is why we do what we do. This is why you experiment. This is why you test, to see what's going to work, what's not going to work. This is why he's telling us what he's telling us. So please pay attention in class. We'll keep it going.
And now we have all you can test pretty much for anything. You have all the embark tests, you have the, like all the things that you can either have everything clear on one side, then that means that dog's good to breed to anybody, or if it has something, then for sure the other dog has to be clear of that in order to make a healthy puppies. And we have this option. It doesn't need to be the nightmares that were happening some years ago. So I definitely, even if you do very, very little breeding, health testing it's so easy and so important and not expensive whatsoever. It is very sad and heartbreaking when sometimes a combination doesn't work, or some puppies end up being born with some, genetic defects, and some puppies need to be put down because they really cannot even make it to get to 9 weeks old. And sometimes, hopefully you have some people that just want to take a dog as a pet and give a puppy a good life. Do we have any interesting questions around what I'm talking about? Okay, there is a interesting question, Angelique. How can you control 80-20 percentage when each gets 50 of its genes from each parent? Yeah, sometimes it's not like just because you breed, it's not 50-50. It very rarely is 50-50 actually. I mean, throughout everything that I've done in breeding, I almost cannot ever say 50-50 that you see it. You definitely can see more of one of the parent in the puppies. And what is really cool is that the more you're familiar with the lines, the sooner you can, like the guessing part of the selection of puppies starts to be not as difficult and complicated. It's not a lottery anymore. There is still some, but.
You heard what he said about the lottery, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just want you all to understand. Okay,
Not guaranteed.
nothing is guaranteed. You heard it from a top tier dog, man. He ain't even told you all his accolades yet. Wait till he tell you his accolades. But he mentioned the lottery. Coach told y'all about the lottery when we learned about the lottery in the master class when it came to thoroughbred horse racing. That's comparable to competition dog breeding. In that classroom, we talked about the genetic lottery and how $1 billion program, hundreds of $1 million thoroughbred racing program is telling you that even though they have a controlled gene pool and they bred with nothing but the top tier, they done tried every breeding fucking combination you can ever think of, got the best fucking everything, they're telling you it's still a genetic lottery. So you heard it out of his mouth. That is still a lottery. So that's why I want y'all to pay attention in class, because, man, we've been teaching this shit. We've been trying to teach y'all, but a lot of y'all don't fucking pay attention in class. I digress. Let's keep it going.
I can, like depending which combinations I'm doing, I can look at puppies that are 6 weeks old and I see everything where they're coming from, and I see where they would go and what they would look like. So this is interesting stuff too, but again, it comes with understanding, knowing the dogs, and hopefully now it's like there is also, I mean, you have so many videos you can watch. You can, back then you had to trust certain people, that if somebody was to tell you, well, this is a good dog, and maybe you trust, and then you realize that that was a mistake, and then you start to become very selective who you trust and how you talk about breedings, who you talk with. But these times are different today. There is, it's not as complicated. It's just that the most complicated part, in my opinion, is that, somebody has one dog or one female, and it's like, okay, I'm a breeder. And I mean, that's how I started, right? Everybody starts somewhere. But eventually, you need to pay attention. You need to do follow-ups. And the more you know, and the more you understand your lines and combinations, and when you decide to choose something outside, you know what you're choosing, and you know who to talk to, that you can trust and understand what you're getting. Super, super important.
Okay, so he mentioned that you start somewhere. Might start with a female, trial and error. A lot of the times you come in here, you don't know any better. You start believing these breeders you might look up to who not telling you the truth, but you learn through your own truth of like, damn, this is not what he told me. And then, you learn, what to say and not to say to these people because, they start to blow smoke up your ass because they want to make $1. And then you try to figure out, okay, well, damn it, I made a mistake because, I'm a rookie and I'm believing these motherfuckers who ain't really giving me the sauce. So now I understand what I got to ask to get what I want. Now I know what I'm looking for because I thought I got it, but I didn't. So now when you go and bring that out in, like he says, you're making a more of an educated decision and you bringing more quality into your shit. That's what he's telling us. So please pay attention in class. Let's keep going.
So Elkan, he's in my TWC course, and he's been wanting to hear about a couple of my dogs, Django and Kenny. And they're very good examples of the two different types. Very good examples. Kenny comes, he was the dog that I won the 2 world championships with. Basically, I won in 1 year all the competitions in the States and the 2 world championships. That's how good he was. And he was 6 years old at the time. And then I was like, because I'm some different ways of thinking, I guess. But when that happened, when I really just won everything possible to win at national level and world level in the same year, I was like, I just did everything. There is nothing more to do. I know that if maybe I can do it again, or maybe he's going to be third, or maybe he's going to be 23rd. But for me, the accomplishment at the time was insanely cool. And I kind of didn't want to make him lose, if you want to think that way, kind of like with fighters, with martial arts, like it's very hard to walk out. Fighters typically, they just don't know how and when to stop when they're on the top of their games. And that's kind of what I did with Kenny.
Got to stop there. So he just said that he had a dog that wanted everything from the nationals to the world title. He got a dog that did that in 1 year. Like this is who you talking to. And he's got another dog that's got accolades like that. This is the respect that this man has when it comes to his craft, not only in breeding, but competing. Not many people can say what he just said right now. And that's why a lot of dogmen that are in that arena respect him. That's why I had to pull up in his classroom and get my notepad out and take notes, because I'm dealing with somebody who's EA Sports in the game, and he's willing to share and be candid and honest with us about what he's sharing. But he ain't got a flex. His accolades is his flex. His stars and his stripes is his flex. So when somebody got that type of level of experience at the highest level, been in the foundation of Belgium and dealt with the OG breeders, got bamboozled coming into the game, believing fake breeders who want to sell you something, and working his way up to the top, like he said. And now he got to figure out, okay, damn, I got the best dog in the world. You know, when do I need to quit? Do I need to keep his legacy going? Should I keep going or should I quit? That's what he's telling us. So this is the level of dog man that we are dealing with. That's why this is a masterclass tonight. I want y'all to pay attention, because he doesn't have to share what he's sharing with us or the world. Okay. Not everybody's going to get it because they can't, it's too much. He's talking, it's taking too long. Motherfuckers getting restless and shit. They can't listen. I get it. I understand. But when you really do this shit, just like Inquisitive Dejin said, I went ahead and asked him a question, and we was talking about this for 2 hours. A whole 2 hours. Let me put that shit on the screen, what my brother Inquisitive Dejin said. He said I had a whole 2-hour private chat with him about that very subject. Okay, so when you are a real engineer, learning is what you yearn for. We're not here to be entertained. If I have a man like this with his wealth of knowledge in front of me and he want to sit down for 3 hours and smoke a cigar, he want to sit down for 4 hours. I'm sitting down there right there eating it all up, asking questions, all the shit, eating it up 4 hours, 5 hours. I got my vodka lemonade. He got a cigar and his little yak. I'm over there. Give me some more. Give me some more on that Busta Rhymes. Give me some more. Give me some more. Because you know what I'm going to do after I leave that motherfucker? I'm going to go apply everything that he just said to my lab. And I'm going to be that much more ahead than the most of these motherfucking lame, slow brain motherfuckers who don't know how to use their brain whatsoever is going to be when it comes to their dog program. But I digress. Let's keep it going. Shout out to Chris. Hey, excuse me. Shout out to Inquisitive Dejin. Shout out to my brother Inquisitive Dejin. Let's keep it going.
Sure, there were times when I was like, man, I had at least another year. I should have done it. But I don't regret it. I think that was ultimately a super decision that I did. And so he was the kind of dog that was difficult in some areas and it was exceptional in other areas because of that primitive type. Extreme biter. Like if you go to my Udvitusha channel on YouTube and you type Kenny, you will see, like I have some old videos of him biting on sleeves, and basically when he lets go, that sleeve is just crumbled, like there's like a wedge on the sleeve of just this extreme power that he had. He was also insanely cool tracking dog. Like I remember stories like back in Europe trying to go to competitions and preparing for tracking and sneaking into people's farms and arguing with trying to convince the farmer not to shoot me. And meanwhile, Kenny is just tracking his track all on his own, never being bothered of the yelling or the cows coming or anything like that. But he was not easy in some other areas. And Django was before Kenny. He was a very extremely intelligent dog and very trainable dog. He made me question at the time how good my training is, because it was just happening so easy. So Kenny was 6 years old when he won everything. Django was not even 3 years old, when he basically won again. He won the Malinois championship. He won the AWDF championship a bunch of times, all IGP stuff. Then he did FMBB. He got the trophy as the youngest dog, and he placed second by a point. And I have videos of that competition, and you know, like at the time, everybody knew that we won the competition, but it was in Germany, and that's how it goes with competitions. There is always this home advantage stuff. So 1 point. But the story about the two of them, it's basically, you know, two types of dogs, and the one could do all this in a super young age because of the intelligence and the character and the temperament, and the other one needed that time. He was Django's story, kind of sad story, because the very next year, the very next competition after FMBB, it was a AWDF competition, all breed, and he got really jammed very, very bad on a long bite. Like he was kind of like a, if you imagine a car that just hits a concrete wall, that's kind of how his body got compressed. I have videos and pictures of that, and I rarely want to even watch him again. So he never bounced back from it. It was always there. He had the heart, he had everything, but that neck injury was very severe, and he was 3.5 years old. So anyway, that's the in a nutshell the story about the two of them. But it was a good example actually of how I was talking to you about the two different types of dogs, and they were very, very good examples. And even today in my breeding, I can pinpoint how they maintain and how they connect, and what new comes in and what I need where. So there is somebody asking, would there be any reason to go outside the breed, basically to crossbreed with a Dutch or a German Shepherd to improve certain traits? And this has been done throughout the history of the breed. However, the really good ones, in my opinion, they were not crossed. And I don't want to talk bad about the Shepherds, because there's some really amazing Dutches. But there are some of them that are really, really extremely good, and some that are just very almost below average. So there is a way more inconsistency there comparing to serious Malinois bloodlines. There's one of the really cool things about Malis is the consistency of producing the type of dogs that you expect to have. That doesn't quite happen with other breeds. So as much as there is, crossbreedings, and it's done, and it's successfully done, I'm really, I don't know if I should say I'm not a fan, but I've never even for a second has crossed my mind to do that, simply because as small as the gene pool is in Malinois, you still have enough to work with.
Okay, so he said a lot, but you see why he feels like he doesn't need to go and add another breed to the Malinois yet?
Because because of the primitiveness that it gets from what I think is the American Pit Bull Terrier.
Um,
Some of the stuff he was saying that that dog, one of the dogs was doing when it bite the sleeve and it leaving an impression, sound like bull herders type stuff.
yeah, the primitive. Well, he said that was the more trainable type as far as his line of dogs is concerned. Was leaving that. Um, you know, I was just when he was talking about the different lines and the Dutch Shepherds and how certain crosses and also how mixing different breeds to the Mal and why he wouldn't do it per se. And what he was saying was is that he feels that there's still enough room to continue to get a level of genetic diversity without crossing. That's
Mm.
kind of what I'm without crossing a different breed. I don't know. Maybe that's why I asked this. Like, what do y'all think he means by that? You know what I mean?
To keep them pure, that pure thing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Basically, he's saying that you're watering them down, and he's saying the Dutch Shepherd hasn't been refined. They still have all the diversities of their outcrosses, and they haven't, like the Greyhound they mixed in, they haven't weeded that out.
Mm.
Personality traits, the performance traits and stuff. There's too many variables.
On the Dutchie,
Yeah.
I don't think the Dutchie is as hard as the Mal anyway.
Right, because they resemble more of the Greyhound and the Mal. I think they use more Bull Terrier than they do Staffy or American Pit, or at least back then.
Yeah.
And, yeah. One reason would be you don't have to cover up the floppy ears with a pit bull. The Bull Terrier's already got upright ears.
True.
I'm sure we don't even know what all's been mixed in. But, and we know. I mean, I know they're mixing pits in. They're still doing it. Well,
Right. Yeah. That's what I think he's saying. Well, like he knows that they and both dogs based off of the genetic pool that he's buying, like he's attached to based off of his dogs and all the different breeds that he's done. He's not at the point where he needs to add something. He's not at a point where he's going to be bottlenecked anytime soon. So he's not necessarily against adding something else, but he doesn't see a need for it in the Malinois as of yet, even though he knows that the genetic pool is already small and tight. He knows it. He admitted it. But he's saying at this point, because like you were saying, K man, the according to him, the Dutch Shepherd isn't really solidified yet. So there's a lot of uncertainties in them Dutch Shepherds versus he can kind of guarantee for the most part, even though it's not guaranteed, but his hypothesis is stronger with the Mal gene pool because it's already tight enough to know what you expect versus the Dutch Shepherd, you still kind of shooting in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
So I want us to understand what he's meaning because he's not against the crosses, but based off what his experiences, like he already pinpointed his line, so he doesn't really need to go out yet. It's not at that point where it's like, okay, we have to. We're hitting that bottleneck. It's a must. We go out. Fuck it. We gotta do what we gotta do.
Mm-hmm.
And bringing this kind of outcross, it has its risks. Of course, we can argue that as a population in a long run, we need diversity, right? But I don't think we are quite there. So when you say combination, do you mean primitive to trainability ratio? Yeah, as I said, like you can keep climbing that pyramid and breed really good to exceptional, and there will be a break point, and before you recognize that, it might be too late, and you do need to need to maintain this. If you're thinking long-term breeding, this is a very serious objective that you have to, you have to study it, understand it. Hopefully, I'm just kind of giving you some ideas, and once you start looking at dogs, even in competitions, even in training, you can start to recognize those different types of dogs that I'm describing. But it's super, super important to understand how to do this, you know. Doug, what is the original question that Angelique has? I don't know how far that is. Let me see if I find it easy, otherwise we move on. So we can go back to this, but let me talk to you. So we talked a little bit about the types. We talked about the kind of the pairing strategy, if you want to think of it that way. Probably I should mention something about, like, there is always the thing, well, how soon, how old is old enough for a dog to be bred? Sometimes there have been accidental breedings with males that are 8 months old, and they've produced some really, really nice puppies. It's totally accidental, because the people thought, well, he's 8 months old, there's no way he's gonna breed. And next thing you know, the female's pregnant and there is 10 puppies, but actually it's good. But as a rule of thumb, you need maturity, you need that sexual maturity. For females, for me, ideally, I like that the female has gone through at least 2. Most of the time, I like for the female to have gone through 3 heat cycles. So that puts it around just a little over 2 years old. There are times when competitions and training gets in a way, and you have to kind of, jiggle between when it's time, when it's not a time. But the longer you wait, just like with humans, the more difficult it is for breeding to happen. And one thing that I've learned, like I have right now, I have 2 females that are, how old are Kimba and Kalinka? 3 years old. And they're both actively training and hopefully competing, and hopefully in high level. One is in Monduring and the other one is in IGP. But I found time to sneak a breeding. So both of them already had a litter of puppies. And I think it's important for females like, I don't know if I convinced myself in some weird way, but it really makes them complete when they had puppies at the age that typically they would have puppies if there was no human intervention. Like right now, with Natalia's female. I mean, she's just a little over 4 years old now. And it was her first time competing at the World Championships. She got 5th at FMBB, 7th at the FCI, got both times the best female in the both World Championships. As good as it sounds, and it is, we are still like, man, we need to figure a way when we can breed, and we feel like we are almost at the limit that we're gonna miss the boat. And so, yes, there is a national championship coming, and there is qualification coming, but she's in heat right now. She came in heat today. And we have talked about it, we have planned it, and we know that we have to breed her because it's not good to wait. It creates complications. And as I said, it kind of, a female that had puppies when it was the right time, I think it just makes her more complete. And even for competition's sake, she's just more mature and much more well-rounded, you know. Also, how often to breed and how many times to breed. You know, there was what comes to mind, there was a very famous dog coming kind of from very cool lines in Germany. It was owned by Kim Heckler, and he had that kennel. He still has it. Von man, I cannot say Adlerauge, eagle's eye in English. And I cannot think of, I'm horrible with names, so don't get me into this. But he became quite famous with her because she was very solid dog and she did really good in competitions. But he was able to breed her almost every year and still compete. He bred her, I believe she was 11 years old, or let's to be safe say 10 years old. And that went against any kennel club regulations and ethical and moral and whatever you want to call it. And at the time they kicked him out of the DMC, the German Malinois Club, because of doing this. And he was a judge and he was everything. And she still produced really good puppies. Now, having said that, yes, you can have exceptions, and it's very difficult to have, like, I don't like when the kennel clubs decide for a breeder or animal rights activist. But it's a toss-up, you know, there is the pros and cons on this, because there is stupid people that do stupid things all the time. And all right, so to say in my practice, and I have built it kind of in such a way that I have a lot of females, and we, you know, and what I mean by a lot of females, we really have a lot of females, and some of them are with us, some of them are, all of us are training and doing competing and stuff, but we also co-own females, and sometimes we would breed once or twice, sometimes we will breed 4 times. But I would say the way we do breedings, no matter what, if she has puppies this year, then we're skipping at least a cycle. Also depends how many puppies. Like, you know, some females, like we had a certain type of line that it was guaranteed that there will be 5 or 6. If there were 6, that's amazing. but it was like 5 puppies, 5 puppies, 5 puppies. Sometimes there will be 1 or 2, and the female just bounces back and she's ready. And yeah, then we would consider breeding a little sooner. The same thing though, sometimes they will have 12 or 14. And then we're for sure giving her, she's not breeding for 2 cycles. There is just no reason to, keep sucking the life out of it, because it's a lot. But yeah, so I would say the way we do, there is a breeding, then we would skip 1 or 2 cycles if we decide that we like what we like, and also depending on how good of a mom the female is. I'm going to talk about this in a second. Let me write so I don't forget. Because there's times where you have, you have some females that are just not meant to have babies. They start killing them as they're born, or at 5 weeks old, all of a sudden something pathological, no real explanation, nothing environmentally, nothing has changed, and you're just not supposed to be a mom. So being a good mom, super important. But there is, where I'm going with this is there's like quite a few different deciding factors of how often I would make a breeding with a female and when to stop. Ideally, I think by the time they're 7 years old, we are done with it. I need to kind of look in my records, but I doubt that I will find anything after that, simply because we have everything that we needed. We have tried different combinations, and we had enough time to even repeat a combination that we liked, and so on. So that's I think it's important that even as a breeder, you don't end up, it sounds crazy when I say, well, I have bred like 1,200 puppies, and it sounds like it's a freaking puppy mill. And it's really not the case, because this is over a long period of time. So as far as the males go, they can breed, of course, much older. The most important thing is to do a sperm count. And so you know that you're not wasting a breeding because the male is already getting old, and the semen, the sperm count is not sufficient to do anything. Aditya, hopefully I'm saying the name right, Aditya. Can you tell us about Cartouche and his sons, Parrot, Beaver? Yeah, man. So this was basically, I was fortunate enough. It was crazy that I was fortunate enough to be in Belgium at that time and to know the breeder and to know these dogs, and not just to know them, but I have personally, I've taken bites from these dogs, not Cartouche, not the original Cartouche back then. I never saw him. That was before my time. But Bibel, Varak, Beaver, Elgos, all these dogs, like I know them personally, which was just like, it's just one of these memories that very special to me. But yeah, it was very similar with them. And that's kind of where I learned to do what I'm talking about. Look, at the time he had a lot of females, and sometimes he would do something with them, sometimes he wouldn't. Like I remember first time going to his place, and he's just this very cool guy. And he's like, I'm gonna show you, and he just gets like a burlap and a bamboo stick and lets a dog out and just goes crazy, and then brings the other one and the other one, and they're all females. And then there is this one, it's actually it's not biting, but she makes really good puppies. And this one's not very good. And but yeah, the appreciation and the knowledge, I think it's always there. And the more you stay with the breed and the more you understand and the more you study it, you go back and you understand some dogs. Like I have videos of, I have like probably 4-hour VHS tape of Bieber training and competitions and all sorts of things from back then. I mean, we're talking, I don't know, 87, 89, I don't know. And even today, after, who knows, let's just guess, let's say 15 generations, I still can see traits and qualities that are just never going away. But as I said, sometimes you miss the boat and you let it go. You sell that puppy that you should have kept, and then you didn't pay attention enough and you weren't smart enough to bring a puppy back from there. And basically somebody else maintained the line. But the lines, they get maintained. And of course there is new coming because of the different combinations. But the interesting part is to be able to maintain the old stuff in the breeding. You guys interesting? Having fun with this, hopefully? Because I feel like I'm just talking to myself here. It's tough when it's not back and forth. Maybe we have to figure something. Good, I saw some hearts coming out. Thank you. Yeah, some reinforcement for me, right? All right. I think we have a lot more to talk about, so let's move on. Let's go to what happens after pregnancy, because now with all the neuroscience and all the knowledge that we have and all the data that we have, with all the research with animals and humans, we really understand how important it is what the mom's life looks like before she gets pregnant, as she's pregnant, and as she's raising the puppies. You definitely need stability. And for some, that may require much more, and with some, you don't need to be as concerned. But again, even something as allowing the pregnant female to have just quiet time, not to be stuck between two crazy dogs and doing the matrix in the kennel all day long and being all neurotic just because of that environment. like food and sleep and just stable environment, I think it's extremely, extremely important for the future of the.
Okay, I want to stop there. What he just mentioned to you guys about when you have what happens after the pregnancy, the female's pregnant now, she's around the pack, she's in a kennel, she's nurturing those puppies inside her, and she's on that rah 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 shish boom ba, and that can affect the pregnancy. And I've experienced that where a dog, Silver Bullet to be exact, was going through her pregnancy, and because she was still acting like her regular self with the other dogs, she stressed her pregnancy out to the point where she had only four puppies, and only two came out alive, and one ended up surviving. Two stillborn, two alive, one survived because she stressed her whole pregnancy out because of the environment she was in. She didn't, she didn't let her puppies develop in a comfortable environment. So she just stressed it out. You know what I mean? She probably absorbed some puppies too, being that way, because she wasn't acting like she was pregnant. And that's because I had her in an environment where it wasn't conducive to her developing her puppies. So when he's talking these type of things, and someone like myself might be a rookie to that type of, okay, when you have a pregnant bitch, you need to put her by herself the whole time so that she can just focus on developing them puppies in a non-stressed out environment. And so he's breaking that down for us, or his chat, because he's experienced that too. So it's another touche on the play. So please pay attention in class. Let's keep going.
Puppies. There is always the nurture versus nature, and that debate is just probably never ending, just like the Malinois pedigrees. But if I have to lean on one side, if I need to put my money, it will always be the genetics, because when the genetics are strong, a lot has to happen in the environment to affect them. But having said that, I still am very, very careful how a female, when it's time to have puppies and when she's pregnant, what her life is about. It is really, it is one of the most important things to me as a breeder, I would say. Then as far as whelping, we definitely make sure, like we've been, it's very painful, especially when you breed for so long. And now, again, like I have Taylor and Natalia here, and they're just in the back behind me here listening, but they can attest to what I'm saying. Like a female starts to whelp, and you have the slightest idea how many puppies to expect. And there is complications, and complications happen, not it's not uncommon. So one of the another advice that again requires some money, but it's really well worth it. Don't just do what's the name, man? The ultrasound. Ultrasound is okay, but eventually puppies can get absorbed. There is nothing, or sometimes there is just a different count and so on. You need, at some point before the whelping, you need an X-ray. It makes the life so easy. Now, assuming now that, again, the female is of good temperament and it's not gonna need to be pinned down by 5 vet techs and blowing her anal glands and trying to bite everybody and make some extremely dramatic experience out of it. X-rays is a must because it gives you a very good idea. And puppy number 9 is out, and it's 12 or 1 p.m. and you're like, yeah, it's okay, we're done. Or somebody gets stuck, which very often can happen, and then you have to learn how much you can help by yourself and when it's time for emergency, and what is your window time, your time period of how soon you need to rush to seek help. This is all everywhere. You can find that information, but definitely, again, as a breeder, highly useful, and I cannot recommend it more than what I'm doing right now. Now, how many of you are familiar with the what was it called? The biosensor program, the super puppy program, the military thing that, you know, as they are very, very young, like eyes are not open, they don't like regulate temperature yet, but we are doing this kind of very interesting stimulation. Yeah, some of you I can see that are familiar with this. They do very interesting stimulation. Like, for example, they would get a little Q-tip and tickle their little paws just to make the brain register what's happening. And you're basically really awakening the brain and putting body and brain a little bit faster together. Holding them upside down a little bit, putting a little cold towel for a moment, and basically giving all these sensual experiences and either bringing some curiosity to the brain or just a little bit of stress. And the idea is that it creates you know, it's as it goes by its name, it's the super program and whatever. So when that came about, I was very excited, just like everybody else, and it was sold as something legit. Now you already know I'm against it. So again, just consider how many breedings I've done in my life. There was a moment in time when I was really like, okay, let's do this. But then I was like, well, how do I know if it's working or not? Like, really, how do I know? And what I did, I don't know, but at least for 5 or 6, 7 breedings, what I did was I split them, and I did half puppies on the super puppy program and half were just left alone. Since I'm talking about it, I'm sure you're not surprised. There was no difference. There was absolutely zero difference, like zero difference. And I left that alone. There was, you know, eventually I abandoned this. It was like, okay, I'm not interested in it, because we should be able to clearly see some difference, especially when I'm really keeping data and tracking them. And what I mean by tracking them, I mean, they're already 2 years old, and I'm still looking at them. And
Okay, so you hear him talking about testing these theories out and keeping data.
Yeah.
Okay, remember how I always tell you guys to test your shit out, and you need to be taking notes and data on all your dogs. And he's talking about he's keeping track 2 years in with his dogs data. So when you want to be a master at anything, your research needs to be top tier. Your data input needs to be second to none. Like you're not freestyling nothing in your program. And obviously this man has so much invested in this program that he's not freestyling shit.
Right.
Okay. So you need to understand that doing these testing with your animals, weighing the data and the results is going to, let you know what the outcome is. It's not just assuming because it worked for somebody else or worked for your other partner. Like you need to do it like he did. He did 50-50 on his litters just so that he can know what it is. And he's telling you that he didn't see any difference. You know what I mean? So when you hear somebody speak like this, he's telling the truth.
Yeah.
He's just not saying it to be I don't believe in that. I would never do that. No, he said, you know what? I was gung-ho. Oh shit, that's gonna make my shit better. Let me fucking try it. But let me see if one way works over the other. Versus just, okay, I'm gonna go this way, and if it don't work, it don't work, or so I just want you guys to understand what he just said. He's keeping data. I always tell y'all, keep data on your dogs. Test every damn dog.
Keep the whole litter.
Or keep the whole litter. Or like he says, he got them co-owned with different people and stuff like that. He got his network. He's big enough and known enough to have a network of individuals who they got partnerships. So it makes sense. So we can keep track with them, and they're all doing probably the same thing if they're all part of the same squad. It makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's keep it going.
no, it's like, no, absolutely nothing, So, and that goes with a lot of studies and stuff, sometimes you will have scientists and they will gather 20 dogs or 30 dogs and do a study. And it's going to be based on these 20 dogs, but they're also going to have that starting backwards with the study, trying to make the conclusion that they want, the outcome that they come. So, but when you put a long, big number of dogs and you play with it, you start to, see that sometimes studies, just because there is a study that says something, and you see that it's done with very small amount of dogs, and there is no really follow-up. And then even in the study, you can kind of, if you know how to read studies, you can see the holes in it, which every study has. So anyway, that was one thing that I was like, okay, I don't need to do that. It was exciting to try, but clearly didn't do much. And so the next thing, if we go, let's move a little bit, kind of speed up here. So now I'm in the States, and I got a job as a instructor at Guide Dogs for the Blind in California, in San Rafael. And they had their own breeding program. And prior to having their breeding program, not prior to having their breeding program, but prior to me getting there, I was reading a book on can't think of the name again, as always, something about behavior and selection and whatever. The name of the guy was Clarence Pfaffenberg. So Clarence Pfaffenberg basically designed a test for the guide dog school specifically, and then wrote a book about it. And then he said in the book that before them evaluating and testing and selecting through the testing, and I'm talking testing, I'm talking like puppy testing, like we're talking about 9 weeks old puppies, that from 50-50 success rate and failure, it improved to 70-30 because of the testing, which is mind-blowing when you think about it, if you can predict that well at that time. Well, when I got to guide dogs, being a breeder and being super interested in this stuff, and them having their own selection and breeding program and puppy raisers and 4-H volunteers and so on, and having read all the books, I was very, very much into this. And so they had a whole different quarter, kind of separate, of course, for puppies and moms, so they don't get sick from the other dogs and so on. But anytime I had opportunity, I would go and watch what they do. So all the typical kind of, now the well-known AKC tests with the, the rolled newspapers, the keychain dropping, the umbrella, all these things, a little blank gun, and so on and so on. And everything, very diligently, they keep track. And again, it ended up being a farce. It's just not the case. Even today, I haven't been in touch with guide dog trainers or anybody in there since late 90s, but I can bet everything I have that nothing has changed and that they still have the same success rate as far as the dogs that fail and the dogs that graduate. So then, yeah, of course, I mean, especially, I don't know, I don't even know how it is today, but at some point in my time, I was like, man, we have to test them. They're 8 weeks old or whatever the magic age was. And it's like, okay, it's test day. It's like, no, I mean, even by the time you bring one puppy, then you bring the third puppy, the fourth puppy is already barking and whining and being very frustrated that everybody else is out and he's still in the litter box or whatever. Or he just didn't eat well and has a little diarrhea or whatever the reasons are. Maybe he got beat up by his brother and he doesn't feel like chasing a rolled newspaper ball and so on. So they're very, like, I absolutely don't believe in this one-time testing myself. And again, I want to make sure that you guys understand that that's just my takes on things from my experience. I'm sure some people would swear that it works for them, and that's great. For me, it never, it always was a wishful thinking and to some extent wasted time. So one of the things that I like to do, because I'm sure you're starting to be curious, so what do I do? One of the and I don't know how long ago we came to this conclusion, but I was like, I decided that I will never, when puppies are born, I will never put different colors and, know who is who. For many reasons. One, you start to be biased, and you start to be biased extremely fast. You're like, that red collar puppy is always in your face. Like you just subconsciously you're convincing yourself to just keep paying attention to the red collar puppy. And maybe the red collar puppy is doing some really stupid things, but it does one thing that you really like, and you're like, yeah, of course, the red collar puppy. And you're missing what's going on in the whole group. I was one of the people, just like I'm sure many of you, that breed, oh, this is the first one that came out of the box. So what? I mean, really, it came out of the box. Maybe he was just in that position that he was able to climb over that other puppy and came out of the box. Or maybe genuinely figured it out how to come out of the box. Nothing magical, no superiority whatsoever in the future of that puppy, just because it came out of the box first. Hopefully I'm making sense with this. So I don't like to put collars on them until it's time to start to pay attention to them. And that typically starts around 7 weeks old. Then there is I wish I can keep them longer because they keep changing. But again, you have the advantage of knowing the gene pool and the bloodlines and the potential, so you can kind of recognize a little bit more, especially if you know everything. If it's not, you're not using anything from outside, that it sounds very foreign to you as a breeder, then it's not hard whatsoever. So I would have about 7 weeks old, let's say. I would put the collars on them. Now I can identify them. And of course, with Malis, it's a little extra hard, and you have to really kind of be very firm about it, because one has a little more white on the paw, one has a little more white. Like they're, to not a Mali person, they look the same, but the more you're familiar with the breed, you can absolutely know who is who. But we make a very, very big effort not to do that. We treat everybody as a pack until that last period of time. Then we put the collars on, and of course we allow them to, get over, okay, this thing, all right, give it 3 days, and now they're all cool about it. And that's when we start to evaluate. And it's evaluation that kind of, it's an ongoing thing. It's definitely never a 1 day, let's test the puppies. It's just a cumulative collection of information that we, take notes. And especially now, it's even much cooler because, as I said, like I have Natalia and Taylor, and we basically, from that age, we start to pay attention and we do things with them, but we don't share information. Who's my favorite? Who's your favorite? How do you rate them? How do you place them? Depending on the breeding, you will have few options. You will have sometimes extremely uniform litter. Like you will have 8 puppies that will really just be very, very similar in everything they do. And sometimes you will have different variations. Malinois, like I went through a period of time when I was selecting, like I'm like, okay, I'm a breeder. I know everybody. I know the lines. I know this. I know this. I'm going to select now puppy for myself. And you would think it's super easy. And somehow, the best puppy ends up with a friend of mine.
All right, let's stop right there. Oh my goodness. So it's good to hear from men like, I mean, he's being candid and honest. He's telling you, like, I know all the lines. I done did this 100 damn so many times. I know what I'm expecting. I know how to pick out puppies. I pick out the puppy, and then, the best puppy goes to somebody else. And he's done this many a times. So, that premature thinking that a puppy, even though you know what's behind your shit, you done seen so many puppies, you don't have your laws of averages of selecting the right one is higher than not. He's telling you that more times than not, your selection of that puppy, even though you know it, turns out the one you thought that you sold to your homeboy, you put in their pet home, is a better dog. That's what he's about to break down to us right now.
Yeah.
And I've seen that on my own yard because I've kept whole litters before. So I've got a chance to see my first pick versus who turned out to be the best dog.
Right.
Regardless of what I know about the line, regardless of how many times I've seen that these type of dogs, regardless of the genetic characteristics that, me being a professional should know. It goes back to that lottery again.
Mm-hmm.
So
and trial and error.
All day trial and error. That's why you just can't get too, you even though you might be a master breeder, we got to be humble in the fact that we're not God. I'm assisting God in this genetic combination that I put together, but what comes out of it is only God's plan. It's not my plan. And then not only that, the development of the mind. See, that's what he's about to get into next. I know I'm giving y'all foresight in the conversation, but he's saying a lot. And this is a masterclass. So yeah, it's going to be, we digging deep and we stopping, but this is a masterclass because you should be paying attention to him because he's really giving us a lot of game that he don't have to give.
Yeah, I like the thing he said about not putting collars on the puppy so early. Because you don't get the focus on that one puppy with the loud color on it that, oh nah, this joint's jumping out the box mad early. A
Yeah.
week earlier than his brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
But then you don't get to see what the other puppies are doing. They might be doing way smarter shit than this dude. He just managed to, like the homie said, he might have found a little spot. He might have climbed on one of his brother's backs and fell out. He might have not jumped out. He might have just fell out or whatever. But yeah, you don't know what the other puppies got, and you might miss out.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody's got their different development stages, and a lot of times the slow starters turn out to be the more diverse dog, better dog, might even have more commitment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Or might not, might not have the determination.
Oh yeah. Everything y'all saying is one thou wow. You know what I'm saying? Let's carry on because everything that we saying, he's about to say. So let's let him confirm what we saying, y'all. Because everything that you said, Reddy, everything that you said, K-Man, he's about to elaborate on that shit for sure.
And then the next time I'm selecting, and the best puppy ends up with a friend of mine. And I'm like, I can't even recall which puppy was it. And this is the interesting part that I want to talk to you about. It's a very, very interesting part. Because especially when we're taking Malinois, we always think, oh, you need to get the most active, the one that just you cannot get your eyes off of. It's just doing. It's here and it's there. It's in your face and it's biting your ankles and then it's there and it's not. I would, again, depending on the lines, but as a rule of thumb, that's not the puppy in the litter. Very rarely it is that puppy. They end up a little bit too hyper, too nervy, too much in some way, not as balanced, if you want to think that way. And
Okay. You hearing it from a fucking master. Okay, all them rah-rah dogs that everybody, oh, that's the one. And the one that's over there, shy ball, the shy one that everybody throws in the trash. He's telling you, based off of experience, that the ones that's on that rah is too much. And the ones that's probably the shy one that need a little bit more time to develop, more apprehensive, those are the ones that become more balanced. Balanced is the key. Balance, y'all. Let's let them continue. Let's let them carry on.
And then I started to kind of think, and again, just going back and looking at the parents, looking at the videos, looking at them now being 3 years old and so on, and doing a lot of comparison. It's very time consuming, but when you like doing this kind of stuff, it becomes an obsession. And it's an obsession that you very rarely hear me talk about this kind of stuff. And that's kind of what prompted me to make this video, because I should do something much bigger than just a life like this one day. But it's very easy, even for an experienced person, to say, okay, there is these two that are very awkward and kind of standoffish and unsure, and there is these three that are just in your face all the time, and then there is this four in the middle. The four in the middle, for me, end up being the most interesting ones. And it's the four in the middle, typically, that end up being somebody later on, more often than any other way. That took some years of hard mistakes, of me selecting a puppy for myself, going all the way to like 2 years, 3 years, and be like, man, I look at his brother, look at his sister. How did that get missed with what I consider myself having experience, right? I always wish that, but it's a really hard toss-up, because you have to, like if I have an opportunity, 10 weeks, 11 weeks, 12 weeks, you start to see way more. It's far more reliable than 8 weeks. However, the older they get, the more they need to get exposed to the world. And that's very tasking, that's very time consuming. So it's very difficult that way. So there is, again, pros and cons, and that toss up, Let me, before I know where I'm going with this, but let me just check what you guys are thinking here, if there is something. Okay, so let me what I want to talk now. It's another kind of interesting and very complex. It's not really a problem, but we make it a problem. Sometimes the puppy that goes into the new environment, and we let all of them, but there is that one that kind of goes and stays away and pretends that it's not there. It's maybe under the sofa or under the cabinet or somewhere. It's like just peeking, but it's hoping that nobody sees them. How many of you will write this puppy off if you were to go and select a puppy? I would bet that 99% of people, and I'm talking very competent dog trainers, would never consider this puppy as a prospect, ever. However, there is something interesting about those puppies. There are still two types of these puppies. There are the ones that are genetically not sound, and then there are the ones that actually see the world much sooner than the others and are recognizing that this is new. And now they have to decide, is it dangerous or not? That's intelligent.
All right, I have to stop right there. So I had a dog that I sold to a police officer. Y'all heard me tell the story before. That was showing the gentleman that bought the dog what he's talking about. And what he's saying is, for example, when I had the dog, before my consumer actually picked up his dog, he bought his dog, but he needed me to hold the dog till it was about 6 months old. So that dog was used to my estate, my wife, the dogs, me, his brothers. He was a confident dog in his environment. Then he goes to his new owner at 6 months old, and it's a whole different person. It's a whole different experience. He gets on a plane for the first time. He's getting put in a crate where before he was in a 10 by 10 with his brothers. And you know what I mean? Like a whole different environment. So the dog was very apprehensive of his new owner. Like he wasn't comfortable with him. Like he would try to feed him, like he would like call him like, hey coach, how come I'm trying to feed him out my hand? He won't take nothing out of my hand. Or how come I open up the crate and he won't come out? It takes him a while for him to come out. Or how come I take him for a walk outside and he's like, you know, kind of looking around like he's uncertain. And I'm like telling him straight up and down, like, bro, like he don't know you. Not only does he not know you, he's not comfortable with his environment at all because he's never been in that environment. He's wondering in his mind, where's my brothers at? Where's coach at? Where's mama at? My wife? Where, you know, the smells that I'm used to. I don't smell no deer out here. I don't smell no, you know, whatever. Like all that shit, that dog has been groomed mentally that this is his environment. Now he's in a whole different place. So I remember him telling me that, hey, coach, could I give him advice? I said, look, bro, I said, you ain't supposed to be worried about that dog doing anything until the first year. So I said, you need to be building a relationship with him and take your time. You're gone most of the day because you're a police officer. So you're gone 12 hours out of the day. So he's in the crate for 12 fucking hours.
Okay.
So mentally, that dog is going through something mentally that you're not comprehending with. So I said, just take your time, take your time. So, you know, he's dealing with, you know, certain dog trainers and stuff like that. And of course, you know, he wants his dog to be plug and play. And I understand, I get it, but I'm giving him the mathematics. So he sends him to this board and train where he don't know this board and train. It's a whole different environment where there's a whole bunch of dogs. He's put in another crate. And then, you know, the guy tells him, hey, this dog ain't going to work. This dog ain't going to work. And he lets me know like, hey, man, I pretty much gave the dog to one of my buddies and stuff. You know, him and his kids wanted the dog, so I gave him away. I was like, bro, why did you do that? But what he's explaining, what this man is explaining is exactly what that dog was. The dog is aware. He's intelligent enough. Like, I'm not comfortable here. I don't trust you as my pack leader. I don't want to take no food out your hand. I don't trust you. I don't know you. You ain't built no, you have me in this crate for 12 hours. I don't want to be in a crate for 12 hours. And then, of course, he said he would let him outside and he wouldn't want to come inside. I said, well, my dog was used to living on a 6.5 acre estate. He's not in a crate. He's in a 10 by 10 running around. And then if I let him out on my player, he's running around on my acreage. So of course, when he go outside, that's when he's, you know what I mean? That's bringing memory where he's comfortable. Of course, he don't want to come inside back in that crate. So what he is expressing, this man is expressing to us what he's experienced in his own play about writing them dogs off, like how his trainer wrote him off, how he wrote him off because he didn't put the time in. He only had him for fucking 3 months before he gave him to his partner. So I wanted to bring this up because we've talked about this, okay? And I knew that dog was intelligent because the dog was not acting that way with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew he just wasn't that way, period. No, he was a very confident, outgoing fucking dog, just like how he saw him, and that's why he bought him. Oh, I want that one, coach. I like how he is. But he didn't want to take the time with him. You know, he let a trainer who don't got no rapport with him, who don't know, like he said, 99% of the trainer, oh, because he's reserved, he don't work. He ain't going to be a good protection dog. He's reserved. Get rid of that dog. So I just wanted to make sure that, you know, what he's saying, I've had experience with this and telling my, you know, customer, like, bro, get to know your dog for the first year. Don't be trying to turn it on, nothing. Build your rapport with your first, you know, your first year with your dog. Take it out. If it's apprehensive, encourage the dog. Say it's okay. Don't force the dog. Let the dog get comfortable, because eventually, you know, with dogs, it's all about reps.
Yeah.
If the dog want to be outside, let it stay outside. Why don't you go outside with it?
Right.
If he want to stay outside, he don't want to come inside. You know, so I was trying to coach him on it, but, you know, it is what it is. And then you believe in people who don't have, you know, they're not experts. They think that every dog is just the same and it's all plug and play. And if they're not doing like what he's saying, all that rah, 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 and that one's in the corner kind of looking like, I don't know, I'm not sure, they throw him in the trash. So I'm glad that he mentioned that, because of his level of training, because he's a trainer. He's competed at the highest level, won at the highest level, world titles, national titles, won everything, titles. He's known all over the world. Inquisitive Dejin got his book. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Let's keep it going.
It's not a bad trait. You can have the other one that is just super bold and is just, I'm here. What are we doing? But they're not there yet. They're not seeing the things yet. And they may go through what we call later on the fear period, or they may get stuck in that period. And they really can become that insecure dog as they grow up. So I watch a puppy like this, and that shy puppy that is very observant and very aware is like, okay, let me come out. And he comes out, and then he goes back and does that in increments. And it's exploring, but it's exploring on its own terms. I have given, like not even selling, I have given dogs that this type of puppy to friends, just have it as a pet, because I felt uncomfortable at the time to even sell that as a working prospect dog with the knowledge that I had. And then I had a wake-up call, just as many wake-up calls that I've had. And the one puppy, the first one that really kind of just put me in place, it became, I think it was 3-time DVG champion, and whatever. I mean, it was like, it became a super dog. We used them as breeding and everything. And it was highly in tuned and very confident. I mean, just a dog you would take in a heartbeat once you see it as a grown-up dog, you know? So I will give you something to think about that is interesting here. Let's take IGP. I don't know how much some of you, I'm sure you compete, some have a little bit of understanding, some not as much. So I will give you a little bit of what do we look for in a dog and the training of the dog in the highest level possible in IGP today. And that means that one of the things when we talk about obedience is that almost extreme in tune dog to the person. So like you would put the dog on a downstay and go and hide in a blind while another dog is doing the routine. That's they always come on pairs. And this dog's gonna go and lay down and it's gonna stay there like a sphinx, like just dead focus at that blind. Not interested in anything else that's happening but their person. Not because of training. That starts to get appreciated. That starts to be, okay, that dog is very in tuned. It's like, it's the ultimate desire for cooperation. And there is like distractions don't exist for that dog. Now you have a different dog and you have to work very hard to accomplish this with it. So you're gonna put them on a down and then you're gonna stay in the blind and then you're gonna surprise them with some release and a toy, or you're gonna work hard to make them stay vigilant and expect that something's gonna be happening. But you have to train them to expect that something's gonna be happening, to where with the dog that I was telling you about, they don't expect. They are naturally just, it's me and you. And I'm here and you're there, but ultimately I want to do things with you and I'm waiting for this to happen. You go and you watch competitions. And again, IGP is just the prime example of this, because the other, like the ring sports, they don't emphasize on this. And I'm not trashing that because it's just, again, different criteria. They all have different things. But now, like, let's say FMBB or the FCI, and you see dogs do sit out of motion, do down out of motion, do stand out of motion. And the moment the person walks away, the dog starts to bob its head like, okay, well, what is that? And what is that? And what is here? And what is whatever? And then there is this other dog that everybody would have never touched. You give them a position and they just go. And that's it. That's it. I mean, you can come right next to them and go, hey, and then they will not that they will not acknowledge it, but it doesn't mean nothing to them. They're like, you're irrelevant. I'm doing something with my person. And there is something extremely special about it. So again, it's a give and take. And there are things that you have to consider as far as what you want to work on, what you want to have as a given, and how far you want to go in competition. So You can say, well, what about protection? Mhm. Sorry, because I got to get this going. So we're staying, again, I'm going to, hopefully we will have enough time, or maybe we need to do part 2, I don't know. But I want to go into the ring sports, and then I want to compare the different programs, because it's super, super interesting, everything. But one of the big differences between IGP and ring sport is that in IGP, we like the dog to show some dominance and some aggression there. So like if they come to the blind and start barking, it's not just a rhythmic barking. It's not just, I'm doing this so you can throw a toy for me, because you can train that way too. I don't want to get there, different topic. However, that dog that's a little bit more aware, that unsureness, and they're like, I'm coming in the blind, but I'm not sure who's going to win there. It's a little bit like this, right? And with experience and proper training, they learn how to win. However, what is the cool part is they're showing a very genuine, hey, I'm a little concerned, but I'm going to fuck you up. So the aggression comes very easy and very natural if you understand the type of dog and you allow them to be that way, and through experience become somebody. When you have the more comfortable dog, if you want to call it, the more comfortable puppy, and you want to create that type of aggression, you're going to have to work, you're going to have to basically do some things to make that dog question, to where the other one is already there.
You guys understand what he's saying?
Yeah.
About the apprehensive dog versus the dog that just is on that rah, rah, rah shit. And so that apprehensive plays into your advantage when you want that dog to show genuine aggression because it's uncertain.
Right.
It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not scared, but it's like, because it's uncertain, it's going to let you know that if you push it, I'm letting you know that I'm not sure if I want to bite you, but if I bite you, I'm going to fuck you up. Like he said.
Yeah. It's defense drive. It feels threatened.
Right.
Yeah.
Versus the dog that just does it just because that's just what it likes to do. So,
Right.
so that, you know,
Yeah. In defense.
Defense or what? Or it couldn't be fear-based aggression too.
Well, yeah, defense is fear, but it's like the dog feels threatened. That's where it gets its defense drive from. And that's where you, like I was talking about, doubling down. You get them overdone dogs. You get those dogs that are nervous because that's the only gene they have is the feel threatened gene. They don't have the stick up for yourself gene.
Right.
Yep. Yep. Inquisitive Dejani said, IGP and French ring is like comparing rugby to flag football. Damn it, man. Damn it, man. There we go. You know what I'm saying? There we go. But you see how because he deals with dogs and he deals with the psyche, the brain. That's why, you know, with the coach's theme, frames, brains, and motors, you know, I like a dog that thinks on it. You know, I like a dog that's thinking about shit and is aware and is like, hey, I'm not certain about walking on that versus, hey, I'm just gonna walk into it and I'm gonna go, walk into some fucking bullshit, and then all of a sudden your dog fucking walks off a cliff
like a dummy.
like a dumbass because he just go versus like, you bring a dog to a cliff and the dog's looking like, I don't know if I want to walk over there, Dad. I don't
Thinking.
know if I'm gonna fall or not. You're like, oh man, this dog's a bitch. It's scary.
It's
No, that
thinking.
dog's smart.
Yeah.
Think about a military dog. You're doing an IED dog. That dog need to not just be over there just using his nose, follow my nose, and then just step on a goddamn bomb. That dog need to still be tiptoeing while sniffing for that goddamn bomb.
Yeah.
Because in his mind, he's apprehensive. Yeah, he's supposed to fucking find the bomb, but he ain't supposed to step on it. So let's keep it going. Great class. I mean, I know it's a long class, y'all, but I mean, how y'all liking it so far? Hopefully,
It's dope.
I think it's awesome. I think he's awesome, man.
A lot of information.
It's great information. Hey, hopefully you guys, I mean, I know it's a long class. I mean, it's just like our class last time with the other master class, but I mean, the information is so valuable, man. So we'll wrap it up soon. He getting to the meat and potatoes. We'll wrap it up soon.
I don't know if that's kind of going over the heads of some of you, but that's one of the things about, when we are selecting dogs and we write off very quickly the dogs that they just see the world the way the world is, and they're like, I don't know this world. Why should I just come out? And then you say, well, but the other one's coming out, and look at them acting out like nothing's happening. Yeah, they don't see it this way yet, right? So it's a cool stuff to think about. Then you have another type of puppy. If you watch some of my latest videos, I don't like to call puppies or dogs reactive, because reactive is such a generic umbrella word that covers so many things. But you have the dogs that are, they're just a little more sharp. They act, they make decisions sooner before they are convinced what it is, but they already have made a decision how to approach. So they're doing that popcorn barking, or they kind of come behind you and try to nip at you, even at 10 weeks old. And we think, well, he's unstable. That's not going to be a good working prospect. Well, I was thinking about this for a while. And here's kind of my take on this. Again, there are two types, just like I was talking with the shy puppies, some comes with that genetic weakness and predisposition, and some are just much more awake and they see unfamiliar environment and they're not, oh yeah, let's go. So the one that kind of the sharp one, that's their choice of how they want to explore and deal with the world. It's just a different strategy, but kind of comes with from the same place, the same home base. I'm this big and I need to figure it out who I am and where I stand and what I can do. A lot of times, and again, this is it almost can be very controversial what I'm going to tell you, but a lot of times you will have that kind of puppy and you will say, well, he needs socialization badly. we need to just start giving them food and go places and let them see people, and we need to. Now, there is good and bad with everything. The good is that you're becoming proactive. The bad, the bad is that we're not allowing that puppy to work it out on its own terms, on its own pace. Sometimes it's like, okay, I'm gonna act super scared, but also super forward and see what happens. And then they take notes. And it's almost like like a kid that goes to some martial arts schools eventually and starts to learn some skills and starts to learn what they can do. And that confidence starts to replace the insecurity. But they had to go through the insecurity to gain the confidence. And it was that experience that they needed. So if we were not to allow them to have that experience, then I can argue that that puppy is going to have that question mark for quite some time, and maybe for forever. Well, who I am, who am I, where do I stand, right? And so sometimes just giving time is super important when you select and when you actually take a puppy. Sport people are the worst. They I mean, sometimes I am this way too. Very impatient, and you want everything to be right. If you do any dog sport and you've seen an extremely special dog, and you know the person, and that person, the owner, can be honest with you, they will tell you 100% that it wasn't a smooth road, that there were problems, and there were recoveries, and there were problems, and there were recoveries. But there is this thing about patience and understanding, and also at the same time knowing when you are really hoping and you're really fooling yourself.
Oh man, we gotta stop right there. You know how we gotta, make these points. He said a lot of trainers, especially in sport, they got these expectations. Remember how we talked about don't be having expectations, high expectations on your damn dogs. Don't have high expectations on yourself with your program, because you got to be patient. And being patient, there's trial and error. There's things that go well, things that don't go well. And because that is the process, pluses and minuses.
Yep.
Right? You have to be patient to figure it out. And especially when you're dealing with, it's like if you had your son, right? Or your daughter, but let's use your son, right? And he come from quality genes because he come from you, and y'all are athletes and you want him to be in sports. But let's say in his early stages, he's a crybaby and he's timid. Are you not going to be patient with your son? No, because that's your son. So you know what? I want him to do right. Yeah, I'm going to try to encourage him, but I don't want to break his spirit. But see, with dogs, a lot of people just think automatically that a dog is plug and play because it's a dog and it's supposed to do it. No, that dog has a brain too. That dog has a soul as well.
Yep.
So you have to be willing, especially if you're a good trainer and you're not depending on the dog. And he mentioned this a way back in his life that, he was, having dogs that made him look good and made him question his training ability. He said the dog was so good that it's like the dog really didn't need me as a trainer. So some trainers get dogs, puppies or whatever, and they're plug and play to what they want them to do. But when you get higher up in the levels, that's what he's talking about. You're gonna have to be honest with yourself. And he knows as you get higher up in the competition, where you got to do more. That's going to test your training ability, because there's somebody who's really putting that work in with that dog versus what you just expect the dog to do, and you like, okay, but that dog ain't doing it. You know, I ain't got the patience for it. I'm throwing it away. This ain't going to work. Or, yeah, that's all I can do this. And you blame it on the dog. And he's telling us, don't do that. You know, take your time with your animals, especially a young dog.
Yeah.
Anything y'all want to add before we continue?
No, that pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let's keep going.
And you need to cut it off. But for the most part, I would say that sport people, police, anything that has to do with especially protection stuff, they would write off a lot of very, very interesting and very dogs with extreme potential eventually, because of impatience and lack of understanding. Do I make sense, guys? Like, give me some, tell me something here. You got all quiet. Now, we know how everybody does, not everybody, but it's, you know, you watch all the social media and you see the little puppies doing crazy stuff. I mean, crazy stuff, just to get to their food, right? Just to have their meal. And there are a few different school of thoughts. And you kind of need to decide where you want to go. And I don't want to say which one is better, but you do have to understand them. So which is the norm with Malinois puppies, right? So what do we do with Malinois puppies as a somebody on YouTube or TikTok or whatever? We're gonna let them all, the whole pack comes out and the rattle stick comes in and a bunch of bottles drop down out of nowhere and some fans and noises and all sorts of stuff. But we present it in a way to where we say, hey, this is not scary. This is just happening, but it does mean nothing. And that's easy message. You know, with few sessions, they're like, yeah, of course, nothing is happening. There's just background noise. And you can go far with that, very far. Now you have another, which I consider much more interesting way. And instead of going with the group, with the pack mentality, you do one or maximum two at a time. But you say, well, those bottles with the rocks, they could be dangerous. So accept them as dangerous, but let me show you how you can go through and win over them. And that it doesn't just make resilience. That's kind of makes it anti-fragile, you know, like it actually, it's a stress, and it's like, this dangerous, but guess what? I'm better than it. So when you present it in a very intelligent way, that way, you're really again, there is these two paths. As I keep saying, there is always two paths, and within the two paths, there is also two. But we can say, hey, don't be afraid. That just makes noise, that touches you, but it's okay. Don't be afraid. Or, hey, that can hurt. Like we put stress, but not to create a chronic stress, but something that it's to be overcome. And they recognize that, and they learn something much more valuable for the rest of their lives because of that. Yeah. The other dangers, there's many things like and again, I'm talking because I've been on every side of this story. Again, I don't want to bring the numbers and the years again, but I've been, like, I have a video that I am doing crazy things with one puppy, biting and dipping them in a trash can and doing these insane things. And I watch it today and I'm like, man, what the fuck was wrong with me? What I was trying to prove.
Okay, I'd stop right there too. You know, I mean, he's letting us know at the end of the day that he ain't got to pat himself on the back. He ain't got to toot his own horn. You know, he's letting us know the shit that we see on the fucking social media, all that fucking showboating and shit like that. That shit ain't shit. He's saying at the end of the day, you're not really teaching that dog any type of level of comprehension when it goes through that shit. Where that puppy should understand that, you know what, them rocks and shit that's in that damn bottle could hit me in the head and knock me the fuck out. So I don't need to run my ass up in there if I don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Or me as somebody who's trying to puppy imprint early bird, I ain't got to do my puppy like that to get it to understand and be able to handle a good fight. You know what I'm saying? And he's like, man, what the fuck was I doing? You know what I mean? Like when you listening to a veteran, you know, you respect it because that shit look good. It look good, right? It make you like, oh, my dog is tough. But he's like, he probably destroyed a lot of dogs' mind doing that shit.
Yep.
And he's being honest and letting us know, like, yeah, that shit was cool because I didn't know no better. And I saw my partners doing it and we thought we was doing something. But over time, we saw how we destroyed that goddamn puppy. Because now a certain different type of way, it's acting a certain different type of way when it's in those scenarios now. It's not acting natural. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I wanted to stop there. You know what I mean? You got something to say, Caveman, or Ready, before I move on?
I was just gonna say you'll hear that with a lot of dog men. You'll hear about how many dogs they ruined, how many pups they ruined back in the day. Where they really understood what they was trying to do.
Yeah, and I can respect that. And I can respect the mistakes. Real dog man telling us they mistakes so that we don't get caught up in the hype of things and then, be doing this shit too and then learn the hard way. And then the OG's like, man, you know what I mean? I could have told you that, but why didn't you tell us that? You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, why didn't you tell us? So, salute to all the OGs who's being honest and telling us the pros and the cons of this shit. Because like he said, he was like, what the fuck was I doing? Like you could tell, he knew he fucked up some shit. You know what I mean? So I love it. Let's keep going.
Adding stress, especially to a Malinois puppy, it can be quite dangerous because of their temperament too. They are very gung-ho. They are very forward, and it makes you feel that you can keep going and you can keep stressing and can keep doing more. Before you realize that you've reached a break point and there is no return no more. It's kind of like, again, analogy with fighters, you're believe in yourself and you're the best one until you get knocked out. And it takes one knockout and you're never, ever, ever the same fighter again. When you do stuff like this with all of them, and you say, okay, I'm gonna desensitize them and I'm gonna make them bulletproof, stable, and they're gonna handle all sorts of noises and all sorts of things. Well, there is the one or two of them that maybe that's the worst thing that you can do to them at that age. They're still questioning who they are. And we feel, okay, well, they're gonna become resilient. We're gonna just overflood. And yeah, you overflood, but what it looks like acceptance and confidence actually can be just a moment of overflooding and the receptors kind of shutting down, and they're like, okay, it is what it is. But they take a note, and that's not a cool thing. So I think you're getting my point. I am also, I like to stress intelligently every puppy, but make them understand that, yes, this is scary, but you can do this. Instead of, hey, this is not scary, look, it's just touching you, it's just making noise, it's not scary. Very different take, right? Man, this cigar, it's a very good cigar, but I'm talking too much. I don't know, I like for puppies to have a good mom. I like for puppies to have a nice upbringing. I like them to experiment. I like them to have puzzles, but I like also to be on their term and like to give them options to retreat and explore and come back and evaluate. I don't want to say, well, if you don't make it, too bad, you're not gonna eat today. Let me see. And Malis are, man, as cool they are. You know how we always say, well, they're the Ferraris of dogs and whatever, and it's absolutely true. But Malis thrive on clarity and time. And they can trick you, they can fool you to think that they can do so much. And that's probably one of the really the red flags that I kind of want to bring to all of you that are interested in breeding and interested in developing puppies and stuff, that there is a whole life ahead of them for them to do this. And they can be ready for it instead of you just thinking that you're just checking boxes and covering everything and okay, we're doing this and this and this, and it's going to be the super dog. The super dog typically will be a super dog, even if you let it be. I have, so I have these two females that I was telling you that I just bred. Kimba and Kalinka. Kimba I kept from a puppy, and I'm doing mondioring with her. And her sister I sold as a pet. Or maybe not as a pet. Maybe I sold her as somebody that wanted to do stuff with, for sure. But at 2 years old, they called me and they're like, we just don't have time. And it's just not fair. And me knowing the line and knowing everything about him, I'm like, she's coming back. Like, I'm taking her back. I'm, making it right with you because you spent 2 years on her. And of course, it's much more worth it than a puppy price and whatever. Well, 2 years old. Guess what? She is at the level, if not better, than Tarzan, who is my competition dog, who I also have as a puppy. And everything in her life started at 2 years old. I'm myself a very good example of this. Where I'm going with this is this hard believing imprinting and doing things in early age, and we have convinced ourselves that if we don't, we're gonna miss the boat, that somebody's gonna be better than us because we didn't do all these things that we should have done with the puppies. That's kind of where I'm talking about nurture nature and how genetics, they're there and they're very hard to shake when they're strong. I guess I learned this in a different way. I should tell you that story, and it's not a Malinois story. But I was working at the time at the San Francisco SPCA. I was like the animal behaviorist, which meant that I would test dogs, who comes in and who is adoptable and so on. And back in the 90s, there was a lot of like the fighting rings, like a lot of bullies and stuff, and animal care, and the police and us will go to these underground rings and bust that and go in and see all this, like a big hall with little enclosures, rings, and dogs with syringes, bleeding, half-life, just these horrible stories. But there were 2 puppies. They were not puppies. They were like 8 months old, bullies. That's where my appreciation for the breed came. Like I think the really good bullies are insanely cool dogs. And they were about 8 months old. And they have lived in like 10 by 10 enclosure with like a fence, like not chain link, like a wooden fence. Like they have not seen anything in the world. And talking about imprinting, talking about socialization, talking about all the things that, as I said, you're gonna miss the boat if you don't do. And here they are, these 2 brother and sister. One was gray, one was red, and had the, well, anyway. We knew this is the case. Like we knew the whole backstory of them. Man, you take them, I take them out, and this is like downtown San Francisco. I mean, shit is happening. I mean, you have the homeless people with the carts, you have the trolleys, it's just insanely crazy environment. And they're not like they don't care. They absorb and watch and learn. And we go in an elevator, and like you take some dog on an elevator and they just get this ego close and, oh, what's going on? It's like, no, they're cool. And so anyway, that kind of convinced me changed my mind of up to that point I was, oh, it's 50-50, it's environment and genetics, and genetics trumps. Genetics always trumps. You need to, like when they're there, it's very, very cool. All right, I can go on and on, but let me stop the monologue. Let me see. Let's go with you guys. Let me see your top Mali question that you have. Write it down and let's see where I can go with it. I'm sure you gotta have some questions that I'm not touching upon. What is your top Mali question? I like it. What do you think about giant schnauzer? I was talking about Mali question. Okay, let's keep the schnauzer aside for a moment. Okay, Angelique, easier to train, male or female? That's a good one. It's a good one. In my early career, like I started with a collie. That was like in Bulgaria, and like the lassie, But back then they had this very sturdy, very different type of lassie type of dogs that, but it was a female. Then the very first Malinois that I got was a female in Belgium. As I told you, I haven't seen a Malinois. I just heard people talking and the passion and how they talked about it. I was like, I have to have this, which is becoming a problem now today. Everybody wants them, and not everybody really needs them. There's so many other dogs that are so much better for some individuals. The female Mali. So I'm going to, again, the story. It's a priceless story that I've actually used in my breeding career. I knew a person that knew a person that knew that the Diopotois breeder, Luc Van Stebruch. And this is at the time, as some of you already know, this famous cornerstone dogs like the Bieber and Varak and Elgos and Nelton and whatever. And I'm going there and I'm like, I know what I want. I need a male and it has to be dark. And I go in his kitchen and it's this tradition of how you have, you have lunch and you talk and there is this 8-week-old male, dark, beautiful, just in the kitchen. And I'm like, that's the kind of puppy I'm hoping now that I'm gonna get. He's talking to my friend and he's like, well, I have the dog for him, talking about me. Let me bring her in. And I'm like, oh shit, it's a female. So he brings her. Well, she's not a puppy. She's 4 months old. And she has white socks. We're talking like white socks. And this white here. I mean, everything that I did not want. And I'm like so clearly upset about it that everybody sees it. He asked Luca is asking my guy, he's like, well, what's wrong with him? It's like, he wants that black puppy. And it was this close for him to say, just go home, in a nice way. And we went back and forth and back and forth. And finally, he was like, okay, take the female and take the black one. And in 2 weeks, you bring one back. I get goosebumps telling that story every time. It was just so smart of him. So smart of him. Of course, 2 weeks later, guess which puppy I'm bringing back? There's no question, you know? I mean, they were just incomparable in any way. Like if I knew what I know, or if I knew even a third of what I know at the time, it would have been amazing. She ended up being my foundation female for my kennel. Ended up being, I think, a place 12th place at the FCI World Championships with her at the time that Americans nobody thought that they can do anything. 1992, I think it was. And it changed everything, how I think about male or female. Like for sure there is something about you know your personality, and you just, you know, if it feels very strong, don't go against it, go with what you want, male or female. But if you can just pass that and you can look into what you want to do and who is more capable, then, you know, male or female, it just changes. It's just not a factor. It's really not a factor. And we can say, like, you can argue this is very different, like just take German Shepherds. It's very, very rare that you see a super female. Like go to the WSV and then go to Working Dog and check how many female dogs have won. I haven't done it, by the way, I don't know. But I bet it's not more than 1 or 2, if that. Malis are different. Females they are just as good. They will not, like a good male or female Malis, it's like you just don't look at them. When they work, you forget about male or female. So, but I get it. Sometimes, you know, the person is convinced, and there is that connection that you make, and if you cannot make the connection with the sex, that it's not what you've convinced yourself, then you shouldn't do it, because it's not going to go well, right? So that's kind of my answer on this. What is the view about line breeding and inbreeding? So a lot of the Malis, a lot of good lines it's been done because of very close line breeding and inbreeding. So it can be done. You're taking it, well, at least back in the day, you were taking a lot of chances, because when you do that kind of stuff, what are you doing? You're amplifying. And now the question is, well, what are you going to amplify, right? It can become a very disastrous experience. And then how many?
Okay, he's talking about line breeding and inbreeding, like how we talked about, and how, you know, it's a song and a dance, and how, you know, you're amplifying things, and then it can be disastrous at the same damn time as you know, compounding those good.
Yeah.
You know, the disaster can hit you even harder than the good.
You know, it's a risk.
So You know, he's letting us know that, yeah, it plays and we use it, but you know, it's a thin line. So you better know what the fuck you're doing. Just don't just do it just because you're trying to make your dog pure, or you want to just have a family of dogs that's all related. Like, you know, you need to make sure there's a rhyme or reason, and you are paying attention to what you're losing and what you're gaining, whether it's a positive what you're gaining or a negative. You got to pay attention to all that.
No.
So let's carry on.
Many times you can do it before you really, if you're smart, you need to bring something that is compatible, but it's fresh in there.
Uh-oh, you heard that too?
Bringing something compatible so it's fresh.
Yeah, that's that whole different play. Something that's compatible. Like we said, you ain't got a line breed all the time. You can find you an outcross that's compatible to your line and still give you that compounding factor as if you was line breeding your own shit, but gives you that freshness of that hybrid vigor.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he's giving us the playbook. We know it, but you know, some people might not respect what we say. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We might not know what we're doing, right? Ready. We might not know what the fuck we talk about, ready.
Right.
You know, some people think we don't know what the fuck we talking about. But you know,
So,
they might listen to somebody like Ivan. I don't know. Maybe he don't know what the fuck he talking about either. Maybe we all don't know what the fuck we talking about. Maybe all the spectators and the spectators know more than what the fucking people who do it know. But
at least we're saying the same thing.
Say it again.
At least we're all saying the same thing.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I wanted us to have this show tonight, because I wanted to bring somebody on who has the high level of respect and experience saying the same things that we've been saying. Okay? So that when people come to our classroom and want to downplay what we teaching because they're not teaching it and say we don't know what the fuck we talking about, those who might say that and think that, well then go to his class and tell him, go tell Inquisitive DeGen who bought this man's book, that the man that he respect and talked 2 hours with about the dogs and all the people that respect him, that hey, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He don't know shit. I digress. Let's keep it going.
So my take is, again, this is almost on one-on-one basis and judgment. The good thing is that we have every possible test now to do to see if there will be any serious red flags and see, you know, how risky it is. There are times when it just has to be done. Like let's say you live in Australia and you have this insane quarantine, and you're limited in what you can do. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. I'm not pro or against. I think it's just something to be done or not done, but it has to be taken under consideration. And we have to understand that there will be risks with it. I'm just reading here. The inquisitive, I cannot even digene, or how would it say, but is there a big difference in European breeding standards versus American as far as the working lines are concerned? That's an interesting question. All of these questions, like we can go for days talking about this stuff. So if I bring you the example with the DMC, the German Malinois Club, and their Kioron, early on when they decided to do it. They just kept going for the better and the sharper and the better and the sharper until it became so thin, the nerves, that they just were very incapable dogs. And they recognized that. Back at that time, I remember me sitting at a FMBB meeting, the Malinois, the Belgian Shepherd Working Dog Federation meeting. And there was all the different countries talking about things. And there was a guy from Finland. Of course, the Finnish names are so hard to remember, but Timo was his first name. Anyway, there was a guy, and he's like, I think we all should adopt the German system of selection, and we really need to focus. And it comes from a good place. And we need to focus on selection, and you know, it's already, there is a model, and we can all adopt and follow, and it's going to be all good for the whole world of Malinois. And it was interesting to see how it just divided the meeting into camps. And there were people that are like, there is no fucking way we're doing this. Guess who were on this? Who didn't agree? The Belgians. They're like, we never do this. That's why we have NVBK. That's why we don't comply to FCI rules and stuff. That's why we do, you know, we breed Needle to Pena and Cujo to whatever, you know, and we don't know much, but we have the knowledge and we can take a chance, but we have the freedom as a breeder. And this is the interesting part, I guess, that I want to tell you. It's the freedom as a breeder. Typically, it's far more important when the breeder has the knowledge. And that's just kind of with everything, I guess, in life, in humans, you know. It's like when you don't know what you're doing, you need guidance and you need structure and you need to follow some protocols. But if you're above that, all these protocols are actually like literally a wrench in the wheel. And me personally, I would never want to submit to some kennel club or organization to tell me if my dog needs to have a certain title or certain something so it's eligible for breeding. I like to.
Hey, shout out to our brother Inquisitive Dijon for that question. Yeah. Hey, you heard what he said? I know y'all heard what he said, man, about these kennel clubs trying to dictate the Malinois, and they was breeding a certain type of way, and they was breeding top tier performance competition animal to another competition, and then they fucking bred themselves into a fucking trap that they didn't like because the dogs was super unstable and fucked up. And then, of course, you know, the Germans got their wave, and you know that kennel club is real well known. So then, you know, the other side of the other country was like, hey, we should do it like them. And then, the Belgians heard about that shit. They're like, fuck no, we ain't doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell no, we're gonna stick to the script how we do it. We take this line and that line, we take these type of dogs and this type, we do it our way, and that's that. And what he was saying is like, you know, him as a breeder himself, he don't want nobody telling him how to breed his damn dogs.
Facts.
Oh, I can only take this and that, and if you don't do it, and your dogs ain't this and your dogs ain't that. That's how we hear people talk today.
Yep.
And when you are an artist and you don't need a template, like he said, and you just have knowledge based off of your breeding techniques, you don't want a wrench in your wheel. Because that's what people who tell you how to breed is doing to your program.
Yeah.
And so it's great to hear from someone like him who's been around, who went to Belgium himself in the 80s and was dealing with the OGs and getting, you know what I mean? Getting like, he's that, you could tell he's like a real student of everything that he does.
Facts.
He's going to Belgium. How many of y'all gonna go to Belgium and go work and study with them and learn the dogs and learn how to breed from them and learn how to train and be one of the first, Americans to come out and do the, compete with a dog overseas, and where most American dog trainers wasn't even thought of. They thought, oh, y'all Americans, y'all ain't shit. Like his resume is just top tippity cream of the crop, top tier. And then our brother Inquisitive Dejin asked him a real solid question, and man, he elaborated so good. But yeah, once he's done answering this question, we're gonna summarize it and wrap it up. Big salute to you, Bando.
Bando.
To make that decision myself. But as I said, it has the two sides, the coin. We know what happens across the country right now and how many Malinois are in every fucking shelter in anywhere in the country right now. It's heartbreaking. So the quick answer to this is that when there is knowledge as a breeder, you have to allow the breeder, give him the opportunity to freestyle. But I guess it's complicated. But as I said, I do really appreciate the fact that, AKC doesn't care. And I can literally make, what is this? Colibri, the lighter. The name of the lighter is Colibri. I can register it as a Malinois today, and I can get a full pedigree. That's how shitty it is in some way, right? So it's I don't know. I don't know what to say to this one. I wish that there is some kind of education for the people that are serious, but having the freedom to decide. I have bred dogs, and I'm not just talking about myself. We breed dogs that don't have titles. We breed dogs that, that dog is just living in a farm or living in a condo in whatever town. Shut it off. Shut it off. Natalia is playing her phone and disrupting me. I hear my voice on her phone. All right. I think you get my point. There is no easy answer to that one, at least in my opinion. But I would take the chance of allowing people to do versus restricting them. And that's probably kind of universally why I live in the States and not somewhere else in Europe, I mean. All right, let's see.
All right, man. What y'all think of that one, man? Y'all there?
Hi, myself again. Yeah, that was good shit. I like the topic.
Can you see how it relates to all competition dogs, breeding, just the whole concept of everything from collecting the dogs, developing the dogs, concept, I'll see how it relates to any type of competition dog you're trying to breed.
I can't hear nobody.
Yeah, for sure.
Ray said he can't hear us. He can't hear us? Damn, I guess he can't hear it. Hey, Reddy, you can't hear us. Testing. Hold on.
Heard him.
Yeah, I heard him too. You hear us, Reddy? Can you hear us, Reddy? Damn it, man. That sucks.
This joint done or something?
Nah, we hear you.
I don't hear nobody anymore.
Hold on, let me see.
Can you send him a message?
Hey, yep,
Hear us?
yep.
Oh shit.
No sound.
Oh, how did that happen?
You hit a
Hold on,
button.
let me go back to the. Hold on. Can you hear us now? Reddy, can you hear us now? I guess not. Oh, that sucks. All right. Well, man, I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's masterclass. It was definitely something I knew we could benefit from as engineers. I'm grateful that I came across Ivan's content. Lots of knowledge, whole bunch of knowledge, and I'm glad that.
No sound.
Man, I wonder why he can't hear us. Can y'all hear me, chat? Chat, can you guys? Because I came in to hear each other. I came in.
No sound, no sound, no sound.
Matt talking already?
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, chat, can you hear me? Chat, can you hear me, chat? Respond in the chat. Y'all can hear me. Testing. I don't know why I can hear. Okay, they hear. Okay. Yeah, we hear you. I think it's just ready. Okay. I think it's just ready.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. But
Did
I
you hit?
can't hear sound on my phone. So I gotta hear it through my TV.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, man, I mean, we done beat this one up, put in 5 hours on the books. Just if you guys have anything you want to add before we close out, you know, we can do it.
That's covered it.
Good, ready?
Nah, this is a good one.
Okay, we got technical difficulties. All right, hey, I appreciate all of you guys for showing up in class. You know, hit the rewind, man. You know, I know it was a long one. I got about everything, but just hit the rewind. Pay attention to another masterclass in the books. If y'all missed the first masterclass, thoroughbred horse racing, go peep that one out too, man. You know, this is top tier classroom shit over here. And I really hope that you guys learn something that you can apply to your program, apply to developing your dogs, apply to selecting your dogs. I hope you guys really can take what we broke down today and elevate your program. But other than that, man, we out, man. Shit.
Till next week.
Till next week, fellas. Peace.
Peace.